down here. There we go. You see my drawings right there, right here. I mean, you really don't really care what I look like, do y'all? Do you all? Does it really matter what I look like? Does it really matter? Nah. No. Nope. So, this is what I got on the Instagram. I think I put it on the Twitter too. Just a little experimental. A little bit of antibiotic. Gotta make sure I'm not fucking dying of the corona, the Mexican beer virus that is made in China. So, damn. So basically, what I got from one to page 6, which page 6 not completely done. Page 1 is the Templar choking scumbag motherfucker out. And I got this beautiful shot where there's one stained glass window, kind of dark tungsten like glowing orange, and scumbag number 1 is done being dragged across the floor. And then this looks really terrible. I gotta keep on adding to it. I just think, sometimes it just works. The illusion, the blurrier, the better. It's just a body slam that neck. Sometimes you gotta break on realism. Just wow. Neck just snapping, neck and head just snapping right there in the fucking cross. Right there, fucking that motherfucker up, right? And on this page, pulling out the impact, then you got this kind of bird's eye view of this mysterious giant figure kind of staring down. And that's Jesus right there on the crucifix. That's Jesus on the giant wooden carved crucifix. Still an object, but it's still Jesus, right? Staring down at the Templar, staring down at him at what he's doing, Now, this is important. It's still on his crucifix because Jesus' eyes are closed. So it's not like even the Templar knows that Jesus is not condoning what he's doing. So this is important too about the Templar character too. So you got this brutal scene, and once again, this is going to be dark, but this is the basic design of the Templar. Is basically you got the Templar worm's eye view with the fucking impact. Then you got this part of the other side of the Templar just fucking drilling down the scumbag motherfucker's arm for the wrist on the wooden cross that he made. And then you got another bird's eye view of scumbag screaming, while he's using the final fucking nails and impacting his legs down. Anyways, yeah, I did that separate. Basically, at this point, you got this shot where here's Scumbag. He's crucified, and the Templar is spending a little bit of time staring at the crucifix directly and talking to the Scumbag about what he's been doing in his life, being like, yeah, you dare to lie in front of all these people, knowing what he's well aware of, what God is well aware of, what you've done to all of them, all those kids. You scumbag motherfucker. How could you do that? You lied to everybody. You manipulated everybody. You made everybody think you were this great, fantastic person, but you violated people. You betrayed their trust. And you did it using his name right there. You stood in front of him. And then, of course, you see another person who's chained. You see that? He's chained. And there's this other beautiful stained glass window that I'm making that has baby Jesus. Now this is important too. See, he's grabbing the chained scumbag motherfucker, and that is an important stagehand tool. That is called a hoist, generally a rigging tool. And he's got a padlock, and he's chaining it. He's locking that padlock somewhere. Then we got both scumbags staring at each other, and the Templar changing the head of the impact. Why is he changing the head of the impact? Because he's drilling a mouse hole somewhere. All that's going to be figured out later. All that's going to be figured out later. I swear to you. I done swear. Yeah, it's probably going to be the saddest dream ever, but I don't give a fuck. Don't give a flying fuck. Hey, got a second person in here.
Yeah. We need a ticket.
See you on a donkey show.
Hey, baby, did you put my clothes in the dryer?
It's still going on right now.
In the washer?
Yeah, I hear it. Listen, I'm in the middle of the stream. I'll do it when it's going.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Sorry, that was my wife calling me. She disrupted my stream. Look at that, I lost one viewer already from her disrupting my stream. Look at that. Look at that. She is the coronavirus. She's sick right now. She done gonna kill me. Snowflake. Snowflake. I know. I'm sorry. put that stuff on your back to help you heal. Sorry about that. About 9 minutes. 9 plus 5. 14. Okay, the plan, Stan. It's basically this is going to be my One Piece character. I have a good idea. Basically, the set pieces that I'm showing off right now, what I showed off for barn raising, is going to be for free for Ashcan. I'm going to make a campaign for the whole horror version. But regardless, you know, it's all about trial and error. Yeah. Yeah. I wish there was a way to preview. So, is there a page preview? Print size. View. Learn to rotate buttons. That comes in handy. All right. What else? I wish there was a print preview mode. What's open page? No, worse comes worse. I can always go back, right? 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 Back hole. Back hole. Hey, what's up? Got a second viewer. Thank you for coming in. That is a link. You can come in if you want to. Chat, bullshit with me. Tell me I suck. Hurt my feces. It's fine. I'm just looking at my stuff. I'm at the insecure mode. Got any suggestions? All I'm done ready to do is never mind, that sounds too sad and depressing. And I already had 3 shots right now, fireball, so I'm like a damn lightweight right now. Ee-hee-hee. Ee-hee-hee. Oh, hang on, I gotta finish my wife's laundry. Gotta help her. She's done suffering. Let me check if anybody's tapped the link. I don't know how this works. Anybody tapped the link? Don't know if anybody's backstage. Did I hear a doorbell? Are you backstage? Second viewer? Or is that just me? Does the microphone work? Yeah, and the microphone works. Awesome. All right, audio works. Great. Fantastic. Fan-fucking-tastic. Give me 1 second. I gotta done finish the laundry. I gotta done finish the laundry, bitch. Stay. I'm referring to my Jack Russell Terrier. He's got scabs going down his back, all kinds of scabs. All kinds. My wife's gone, go patient zero me. It's always the apocalypse. like Donald Trump or not, give him one thing. He looks a bigger picture. This coronavirus wasn't avoidable unless we fucking had the borders on check. And that goes for every country, not just ours. That's what people don't realize. And trust me, I used to be pro open borders. I'm not like that no more. It's okay. It's okay, Clark. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. You like where you are? Okay. Go on. Go on. Go on. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Sorry. See, I got another person who left because I was simping at the moment for my wife. Simping. Nobody likes to simp. People done do leaving for a simp. The fuck was that? What the fuck? Oh, sorry. Come here. That was gravity. I know, you don't understand gravity. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, that's why. I'm competing with motherfucking Cecil. At least I got one like. At least I'm not that pathetic. At least I got one like. At least that. At least I done got along one like. I mean, that's the very least. That's the very bottom. I got one like. Nobody wants to come in here because I'm done oppressed. Because I'm black. It's because I'm black. Nobody wants to come in here. Nobody wants to come in here with the dirty, crazy black man. Do do. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I done do nothing. Man, that son of a bitch, Cecil. It's okay. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I bought cash grab. I done bought cash grab. Oh, look at that. Every now and then, I am my only viewer. I spend this only time on my phone, make it checking, checking, checking to done see if I got any YouTube watchers or anybody done interested in going to the stupid ass Streamlabs. But nobody's interested. Nobody's interested. I know nobody's interested. Who would be interested in me? Who would be? Who would be? Who would be? I S to the U to the C to the K. I see yuck. So that's what it done is. So once again, scumbag, another motherfucker being dragged, being done dragged. Sorry, I've been drinking. That's how bad my drinking is. I sound stupid, but this is how I fight epidemics. I drink. Why? Because whiskey acts as a fucking antibiotic. So why would you not fight with an antibiotic? Biatch. Excuse my language. I take full accountability over my drinking. I had 3 shots. 3! And that's a lot for me. That's a lot. And I don't drink a lot. The only times I really, really drink is when I'm really, really depressed or when I'm really, really sick. I'm not really, really sick, but we have a damn epidemic going on. From what I hear, from what I understand, because even when my mother was here, was goddamn sick and had goddamn sorry God, sorry God, sorry God, sorry God, sorry God, sorry God, sorry God. Well, one of the things, I'm born again Christian. One of the things I avoid to do, because one of the things was a curse word, and it was called a curse word, is the goddamn, which is sentencing anything to hell or something to hell, which is cursing something or someone to hell. So if everybody's into that hoopla, I would avoid the goddamn, because that means sending you to hell. And I don't wish anybody eternity of being butt fucked by a demon. I mean, it's gonna happen for a lot of us, but I don't wish that for anybody. I mean, I'm gonna probably wind up being butt fucked by a demon. But I don't want to. I don't. it might be inevitable. I guess the only way, if you really prove to God and you really truly repent, is to, I mean, what I say to people nowadays, show me. The only way we all, and myself, this can speak to myself at this point. They're really scared of hell, like I am, or death at this point is, you know, death and what the real afterlife is. That's kind of horrifying and scary to look at. I mean, if you look at the Bible, hell is a furnace with teeth. I mean, that alone, I don't know to anybody else, but even the simpleness, that's horrifying. That is absolutely horrifying. You spend eternity in fire being gnawed and chewed by eternity with teeth. You don't die. It's never order. It's just an eternity of pain. That's just never over. Never over. Never over. I mean, I found yeah. Sorry. I get depressed. I don't know. Sorry. I was more right. I didn't think about this stuff as much, but here I am. To be honest. No, sorry. Sorry, Snowflake. That's typical 7 o'clock in the morning in Las Vegas. No. Mm. Oops, sorry. Mm. Hmm. 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 Ah, fuck you. Fuck you. Okay. My name is Pepe. My name is Pepe. So, I can't rename shit until I reset this. And if I reset this, I done do ruin the stream. I gotta sit straight because my sit slouchy. I fuck up my back. That's gonna be interesting. Done do interesting. Uh, Hey, what's up? Got a second viewer. Thank you for coming in. I got a link to come in and talk bullshit. Talk shit if you want to. Tell me how bad I suck. Or say hi. We can talk about the terrible Star Wars. Or anything pop culture. Or any kind of fucking show you hate right now. Or love. I don't really care. I'm just drawing my shit right now. Hey, what's up, Kung Fu? Nice to see you. Glad you came in. That's a link if you want to come into the StreamYards. Just to let you warn you, been under the influence, so I'm kind of a lightweight. Fuck. Let me double check my StreamYard stuff. Yeah, everything's good. Oh, I hear you, bro. I hear you. Okay. I'll try to be entertaining as possible. And I just watched the new Star Wars, latest Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker. It was like meh to me. It wasn't the greatest thing. Yeah. I bet you do wish you were under the influence. My wife is sick. The worst thing is she's a vindictive bitch, so she's been coughing on me and shit like that. So I've been trying to do the grandpa's antibiotic thing because, there's nothing else. So I've been drinking some fireballs. So I had about 3, 4 of them. So this is more Templar stuff. No, you were asking more about Templar stuff. How stealthy you gotta be? I'll show you a couple of the pages I've been working on. You know, I still don't know. I'm dumb with shit. My wife, you know, I kind of believe the cocaine thing. Since they use bleach already in cocaine, maybe cocaine cures it too. Hey, can you see the screen? I'll show you Templar stuff. If you want to see Templar stuff? I know you asked before about it, and since you're the only one on here, I'll show you. Done show you. You're like the only fan of it. All right. Oh, I'll do something special for you. Yeah, here's the first page I was working on, and go to the first panel. Like I said, this is experimental. I can redesign it. Go to a mysterious figure, and he's doing some crazy shit here. And the exterior of a church. We got a hoist over here. We got a cross. We got a span set. We got a tool bag, and of course we got somebody right here. We'll go to the close up, and it's a motherfucker being choked out and being dragged across the church. And then I'm gonna do this better. I'm gonna then do this better, but this is a straight up choke slam right there with the neck. It looks bad now, but I'll do it better. But it's a straight up like choke slam, like a fucking flick. Wham! Wham! Like whipping him right there. Wacha! Something painful. So then the next page, we got these hands, these dark mysterious hands, and it's an impact. It's a basic tool. It's a very powerful tool. It's a hammer-like tool. Oh, thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that. And I added this scene right here, and it's kind of a cool scene because you got this kind of mysterious figure, kind of like staring down of this silhouette. I'm gonna work something out here. This is not completely done, but this is just the idea of what I want, the basic principle layout. But it shows that the motherfucker on the cross who's slammed down, he's still kind of unconscious, but he does not like what's going on here. Oh, this is simple. Basically, the simple idea is, what do you want What would you ever want done to somebody who hurt somebody you loved? Like if it was a girl you liked that you were afraid of, that you asked out, and this guy just took her and, you know, took it, took her and took advantage of her and killed her for no apparent reason, or this guy who killed your little sister or older sister. Maybe your mom growing up, scumbag motherfucker. Basically, he's this cruel guy. He's a hypocrite. Double standard. He represents the church, and you know, it's a situation where where you got this thing where it's like James O'Barr idea. It's the justice that kind of people didn't get that I feel like they deserve. It's kind of like that figure, kind of like that entity, kind of like Eric Draven was. And then you get to this part, once again, re-render this, and this is just the general idea of basically he's impacting this motherfucker down to the cross. Right, right, and it's horrible and painful. And then finally, this is the scene where the Templar actually talks, because everything else was just action and movement. So he's like, you know, how is it that you lie in front of these people, in front of this audience, in front of him? You literally just spit in front of this guy after everything he did for you, did for us, and you speak for him and have the nerve to lie about the standards of how people behave when you don't behave like that. You have violated. You have destroyed. You know what you would. What would you expect somebody who would crucify somebody and do what he was about to do to some scumbag motherfucker? You know, and you get to kind of the Templar's perspective, and the figure that's kind of staring down. It's a crucifix. It's kind of staring at him as the Holy Ghost, but and then you get to this other perspective where it kind of has this beautiful idea of this beautiful other stained glass, and then you got another scumbag right there chained to something, and then of course mysterious figure. No shit. No shit. I gotta put that in my comic. That should be one of my kills in the Templar. That's fucking badass. You gotta remind me of that, Kung Fu. Now, when you told me about Simon Templar, you meant Saint, right? Saint Simon Templar. I was looking that up. The fucking cinematography of that in the Times was fucking awesome. Oh, that's fucking cool. Oh, I lost you, Kung Fu. I hope you come back. Damn, that's badass. My name's Pepe. You know I'm on a stream.
If not, I can go downstairs and put my clothes in the dryer.
I already did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. You're the best.
Okay.
I'll be down there in about 30 minutes.
Okay.
To take them out.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you in a little bit, babe.
All right.
All right, bye.
Bye. Love you. All right. Sorry about that. Wife car. Wife called me. Sorry. 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 Me too. Got disconnected. Ah, shit. I lost you. Ah, damn it. I'm losing my only viewer.
Oh, I meant to say I love you too.
You're a butthole.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Sorry. I got disconnected. It's complicated. It's complicated. I was an atheist, but yeah, it's complicated. I'm a born again Christian though, but when I came up with the Templar in this story, I was still an atheist, but I was I was I was kind of influenced by Dexter and the Boondock Saints. And when I originally created this character, it was when the start of real life superheroes happened. And the Templar was just basically because when the real life superheroes trend happened in San Diego, it it was just really ridiculous. So, and they wound up being just a bunch of people who would crash bar fights. That's all they did was just caution people who would crash bar fights and just wind up pepper spraying people. Ah, she may sound nice. She may sound nice. Don't let her fool you. Yeah, yeah. I kind of follow you you know the Duck Dynasty family, the Robinson family. I kind of follow that kind of Christianity. You know, my house is church. I'm not better than anybody. Actually, I'm a scumbag piece of shit. But hey, you know, the great news is as long as you're sorry and you can pay back for all your sins, you may go to heaven. Right? Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyways, I've been drinking, so if I get a little blurred, I am sorry. I don't drink that much. Um, so let's see. Going in this frame. Well, this frame so far, and this is trial and error since we're talking right now. And so far, you're the only Templar fan I have so far. Um, what do you think? So this panel right now is kind of the general art style I'm playing with, and the general art style I'm going for. I'll show you a character study I was making too, so you can check that out. Well, you're the only person I've heard so far. I mean, you're not literally the only person. You're just the only person I've heard that literally told me so far. There may be people in the closet. Oh, I understand that. That takes time, of course. But I mean, you're the only person so far. So, you know, you know, I gotta recognize you so far. You know, like like I'm a stripper giving you lap dances. You're buying those champagne rooms. You know, you know. Maybe you like me smelling a certain way. Maybe you like a certain outfit. Maybe you like a certain song. You know, maybe you like me wearing a certain brand of lipstick, a certain color. Wow. You know, after seeing, I hate to say this, after seeing, oh, thank you so much. Well, the Templar was basically an easy idea. I loved, uh, I loved the Boondock Saints, and I during the time Dexter was really popular, and I liked Dexter. But also, what was getting really big was street art. You know, we had Shepard Fairey, pretty much the guy fucking doing Barack Obama's campaign with the fucking hope. Yeah, yeah, that was a fucking sick ass movie. Even the sequel, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, fuck. So you like this? So you like this panel? I mean, do you like this panel? That's what I'm asking you. Yeah, the sequel was good. Yeah, I just said that. Yeah, it's too late for him to make a three. I mean, to be honest, nobody was really trying to put that movie in theaters. When that movie came out, I was living in San Diego, and I had to go to the movie theater by my college, which was in Mission Valley. That was kind of a small movie theater. That's when movie theaters were still a thing. I mean, pretty much nowadays there's not that many movie theaters anymore. Cool, cool. Yeah, I was I got influenced by actually kind of sounds kind of funny. I kind of got influenced by Udi's kind of xenotype style. I thought that was rather cool. Odie and potato titties is definitely our future. No shit. No shit. You ever think of doing some stories out there? Putting them out there? I mean, I've been willing to illustrate a lot of people's stories. I mean, now at this time it might be the land of opportunity to at least try to do for other people and get these campaigns out there. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. I usually feel insecure about my art, especially since I've been on and off about it. Yeah, fuck. I don't want to, but do I have to? Fuck. Okay. Oh, that's exactly what it is. Hard work. Hard work. You can be talented day in, day out, but if you don't put any work into it as much as you're talented, it's worthless. But it's also, doesn't matter how much hard work you put into it. If it ain't finished, it don't matter. And that's my problem at this point. I haven't finished anything. And that's what I got to do. And that's what I'm accountable for is that I got to finish something. At least even if it's this little one-shot piece, it's something I finished. Oh, God bless you. That is a privilege to create a life and have a life, become their own individual and prosper and create their own lives in the future. God bless them, and I help them. I hope for your daughter to have a safe and prosperous life in her future. Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Knowing if I ever produced, they'd probably be fucking morons. They'd probably be in juvie at the age of 12, and they'd be on Dr. Phil telling me of how big of a piece of shit I am. Nah, kidding. Shit. Uh, hmm. Oh, bless you. Bless you, Kong. Bless you. Yeah, my dad wasn't a bad guy. He gave me all kinds of opportunities. I can't blame him. It wasn't his fault. I was a lost individual. Yeah, I agree. There's just people who don't realize and don't take accountability. I was just lucky enough to realize my sins, and now I have to pay for them. Fuck, I certainly do. Oh, I'm not. I got the Templar, and I got fans like you coming, who like the Templar story. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that people like you coming into the Templar, and there's more potential. in him and them stories. You know, I'm grateful that, in this Comicscape pool, in this Fantasia idea, or Fantastica, the Michael Eden story from the Never Ending Story, being a part of that, and somebody's kind of into that kind of, story idea, following my story, part of that, kind of cool. I'm grateful for that, brother. God bless you. Oh God, that sounds fucking gay. It is. It is. Oh fuck. Sorry. I hope that was it. 89. Nope. Where did I fuck that up at? Okay. Ooh. Hmm. Okay. God, I sound like a fucking coke addict. I'm sorry about that. Never ending story, dude. We just became best friends. Um, I know sounds like a dumb question, but are you American? Yeah, yeah. I'm in Vegas. They pretty much shut down half the strip because of the coronavirus. But I'm still dumb as shit at apartment complexes. So no, no. I moved here 6 years ago from Orange County, California. long story short, since Arnold Schwarzenegger left governor, California was slowly turning into shit. Reno is actually cool. Reno is kind of like Austin, Texas. Been to Reno once. Drove through there actually to go to NorCal. Hold on, be right back. Gonna use the bathroom. Oh shit! I'm sorry about that. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Did I lose you? Sorry, I just got back on here. No. Okay, you're on there. Yeah. So I started off urinating for a minute, and then for some reason, just got chubby, and then I just had to rope one in the toilet for a minute all night, and I lit some fucking shea butter scented candles. And put that lotion in my hand. Mm. Mm. I grew up in Michigan, so yeah, I lived in the Midwest for most of my life. Funny, during your time in Chicago, did you run into the Diaz brothers? Oh, cool. Oh, cool. I'll try to see if my laptop doesn't do work. I know, I fuck with them all the time. It's like my wife, you know. Ah, here we go. What up,
Hello.
buddy?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Gargoyle. Testing.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Awesome, brother. Yeah, this is my first time ever going on a stream. So I'm honored to be on your show, brother.
This is my first time having somebody on my stream, so you took my virginity.
Cool. Well, it's a good way to start. I look like shit. You know, I just got back. So I was just helping out a friend down the street, and I just got back. So excuse my appearance. So,
okay.
anyways, yeah, man, I love what you're doing with the Templar, bro. It's fucking awesome, man.
I,
I was raised Catholic and I'm a history nut, so I just kind of have like a pretty good knowledge of that type of the ritual, the Roman Catholic stuff, and all the creepy shit that goes on in the history of it. There's a lot of good intrigue and stuff to be written there,
yeah, yeah. Yeah, originally the concept of the name was something. Originally, he was called the Crusader, and I was
Right.
like, "Oh my god, that was so cool!" And then the Cape Crusader, I was like, "Oh fuck, that's so much related to Batman because everything can be called the Crusader." And then,
Yeah, dude, Batman is that your DC favorite?
Batman? No. Actually, when I was a kid and when I broke into comic books, it was actually Spawn, as stupid as it was, because when I was a kid, I was terrified of Batman, but I was into Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Go figure
Yeah,
that
man.
retarded ass shit, right?
Yeah, when I was a kid, the Batman Adam West cartoon was playing, So, I used to watch that in between all the other stuff. I was born in '74, man. So, and I got like crib childhood memories. So I remember like all the, stuff of my youth very
Oh,
vividly, actually,
oh shit. So
Great
you're
long-term
more,
memory, short-term memory, not so much.
yeah. So you're more hyper intelligent than me. I'm on the edge of the millennial generation. You know,
Well,
and
it's shit, man. As I got older, yeah, it's weird, man. I was, the '90s. I'm Generation X, so it's between the two centuries, man. It's pretty interesting ride, Um,
it is.
but yeah, the
It
entertainment's gotten better. Everything
it
else,
is
not so much.
because I'm at the generation where I was kind of there when the consoles were kind of big in our generation when the more 74s and boomer generations were still outside and getting into like still fucking buggies and shit like that.
Yeah, yeah, shit, man. I mean, dude. I mean, I'm so old school. Dude. I remember, like, our computers had floppy disks, like in grade school, like crazy. I mean, I was like Atari, dude. I mean, I remember I was like probably only 7, but like I remember like I even had Pong. I got like at a garage sale when I was a kid. Uh, I was, I was into all the gaming, man, until PlayStation 2, and then I had my daughter, so I had to back off, Um, but the games they have now, man, it amazes me, like the stuff that that they can do now, and the detail the games have, the story. It's it was a hard time to drop out being a gamer, but it was worth it.
The sad part is they may look beautiful, but most of them are fucking shallow.
That's
Kind
the
of
thing,
funny.
man. Right. I agree. So much stuff today has lost its its heart. People are concerned about checking boxes. The whole the political correct nightmare. That is today. It's just it's terrible time to be an artist, man. Because you just got people in suits with their weird agendas, and the story seems to be the last thing they care about. Um, well, they care about is they're telling the artist, imagine telling Da Vinci, you can't use this much blue, you need to use this much of this color. You can't do that to an artist. You're not going to get the best art that way. I would imagine,
Well,
right? I mean, it's common sense shit.
that too, or having the artist to explain themselves all the way. I mean, as ridiculous sounds, I got into if you ever heard about it, the never-ending story phase. Like for an entire week, I read never-ending story 3 times, and I did a whole research about the writer and shit like that.
No, I didn't
Turns
know
out,
that.
yeah, it turns out he's the son of a surrealist painter, and go figure, his surrealist painter father was almost
Mhm.
fucking killed by Adolf Hitler because Adolf Hitler didn't like his paintings and he burned a bunch of his fucking paintings up.
Jeez, I did not know that.
Yeah,
I
go
heard
figure
they
that.
hated the movie for some reason, though.
Yeah, he didn't like the movie because a lot of reasons. Because the book only covered. Oh, I mean, the movie only covers a quarter of the book, and the
Right.
book is so much more insane. If you
You
if
know,
you want me to go on
I've never read
spoilers,
it.
I'll spoil it for you, but the book is awesome. The book is so awesome. You could read it to your kids, and if your daughter ends up making you grandkids, you could read it to your grandkids. The book is
Yeah.
that awesome.
You know, I gotta read it. I used to be a very avid reader, especially when I was a kid. You know, but I haven't read the Neverending Story. That's when I was a kid, man. Some of my favorites were Wrinkle in Time. You know, S.E. Hinton. You know, even when I was really young, of course, Dracula. You know, like I'm very sporadic, man. It's like the genre doesn't matter; it's the quality. You know,
Yeah.
and obviously, I love science fiction and fantasy. Of course, you know, as any
Well,
red-blooded American male does. But
I'll be
yeah,
straight up honest with you. Fucking never ending story. I didn't think of it, but it's a straight up fucking superhero acid trip.
sure, yeah,
It
that's a good
it
point.
is like that. It's fucking awesome. I mean, I don't mean to kiss its ass because it's my favorite childhood movie, but after reading the book, the movie doesn't give it justice.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean that's just I mean it's flattering, man. I mean that man, young men need heroes, dude, and like those guys, like when I, shit, Spielberg and Lucas and Kubrick, man. I mean, I love film, and those guys just, I mean, they blew me away. It's just like you aspire to be, like I love like Renaissance men, like Franklin and Da Vinci, just the guys that could do all this crazy shit. They're badasses, man.
Yeah, even the
Um,
straight up old fashioned heroes that were written, like Conan the Barbarian, straight up fucking legend. And
Dude, yeah,
fucking
yeah, absolutely, man. I'm a huge Conan fan, dude. I love the first Conan the Barbarian. I think it's a rite of passage for like every 12-year-old boy. It should be.
yeah,
Uh,
and the guy only fucking wears a cloth and he still gets fucking laid. Nobody fucking cared.
yeah, I know, dude. It's hilarious. Oliver Stone. As you probably know, he wrote part of that script. He
No,
wrote
I
the
had
script.
no idea, sir. You're giving me
Oh
new
yeah,
information.
he wrote the script for it. He's got credit on there if you watch it. And his
No
script was
shit.
so even more like dirty with the orgies than what's in it. They had to trim it down. John Milius, the director, when I bought the Conan DVD, he was talking about it, laughing about it. But yeah, that's Oliver Stone, brother. He's such a great writer. Stone is. I'm a big fan of his work, obviously. Uh, just because I mean, even if whether you agree with his politics or not, which I try to be apolitical. I'm an independent, but um,
I
he's a
barely
great
know
writer.
nothing about Stone's politics, you know. I know he did that movie about Bush because he went to college with Bush, but that's
Yeah,
it.
basically, man, it's like he's like what the normal left used to be like. He's anti-war. He was a rich kid, but he did. Platoon is kind of loosely based on his real life experience in Nam, really, from what I read about him. But his father was like a stockbroker. That's why he did Wall Street, and he definitely like joined the army, I believe it was, and went to Nam and saw the horrors over there, and it just it changed his view, and he got into Jim Morrison, and it was the hippie era, and all that wild times, and that shaped a lot of his politics in the '60s. But yeah, he's the kind of left that doesn't I kind of I agree with like he's anti. He's a constitutionalist, really. He believes in the Constitution, from what I can tell. And not he's anti-war. So
As
as am
long
I.
as you believe in the Constitution, you're cool with me. And
Yeah,
he
man.
was
I
a
mean, dude, that's how could you not?
he was a soldier, so I can't fucking argue with his opinion about fucking war. I wasn't.
I wasn't either, but I got like both my grandfathers were in WW2. I got a nephew who just got out of the Marines.
Mine
Semper
too.
Fi, Marines
Not
ahead of us.
my nephew, but my grandfather was a flying tiger.
Nice, Flying Tiger. Okay. Yeah, that's cool, man. I actually got an aunt, or sorry, cousin. She was like at the time one of the only four women colonels in the Air Force. So
Oh, that's
she,
cool.
Yeah, she's retired. She's a great lady, patriot. Yeah, so yeah, I got a lot of patriots in my family, and I was
Recognize
raised.
the real women that serve our country and
Yeah,
protect us while they're
absolutely, man.
asleep.
Yeah, I total respect for. I thought about doing it. I was into martial arts and stuff growing up. I used to be pretty hardcore into that, and I was actually considered in the military, but I just decided against it for different reasons. But my friend, it was funny because like we both were talking about together. He did go in, and yeah, he did his time and then got out, and I didn't, but he did. So it was the recruiter that comes to your high school and tells you how great it is. I think it was junior year,
I
and
honestly, I honestly still want to do it, but
yeah.
I do too much marijuana.
Well, I'm hoping they're gonna maybe let that slide because it's kind of silly. I
I hope
understand.
they let that slide, but also I got an irritable bowel, so I shit too fucking much.
Yeah, I mean, I think it. I don't. I think they overlook a lot of stuff. My buddy, he had flat feet, and he was. They're not supposed to allow you in for that, and he got in. Uh, but yeah, I mean, it's a tough job, man. Boot camp alone. I mean,
It's a tough job, but I'm already dumping shit at apartment complexes.
yeah. Um. So yeah, besides Never Ending Story, what were some of your other ones,
Ghostbusters. That's
dude?
about
Yeah,
it.
Ghostbusters, man. What do you think about the trailer for the new Ghostbusters Afterlife movie?
Yeah, I mean, I hope they
Yeah,
do it right, but I mean,
I just hope Bill Murray. I think he's going to be in it, but I was kind of disappointed that he's not going to be in it a lot, from what I've kind of gathered. But after after the atrocity that was that the last Ghostbusters thing, at least it's a good try, right?
yeah. Well,
I
I'm not
didn't.
feeling. Oh, go ahead,
I
man.
didn't. I was just gonna say I didn't see the. I actually tried to watch the first Ghostbusters, the female one, and the all female Ghostbusters, and it's so bad I couldn't finish watching it. I gave it an honest chance, but
I
just
watched it twice, all
yeah,
through one sitting.
man, you are tough. You are tough, Gargoyle. Tougher
And
than I.
and I watched it even after Milo Yiannopoulos went on the Alex Jones interview, so I was well aware of everything that went on.
Okay, there you go.
And it was just like for me once again it was like, meh. I mean, why is it necessary that every guy has to shit themselves?
Right.
And why is it necessary that, you know, everything has to be a cartoon and a dancing? I mean, for the most part,
Yeah.
aren't Honest Trailer covers it right. You don't have to waste your time watching it.
Right. Yeah. No. Absolutely, man. I used to love SNL so much too, and I guess it's cliche, that some of the younger kids today that like it, they'll be like, oh yeah, everybody says that, but it's just true. It's like the quality's gone down. I mean, it's. I don't watch much TV anyways. I pretty much I'm more of a movie guy, and
I'll
I'll
put it
binge
this
watch.
way. I'll put it this way. I saw a clip recently from Jimmy Fallon, and
Uh huh.
it was Eric Andre cross dressing as Beyonce.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I know, but this is the sad part. I couldn't tell if it was supposed to be funny or some kind of tolerance movement.
you know that
Do
show,
you
man.
get
I mean,
Do you get what
I
I'm
think.
saying? I'm sitting there trying to wonder if Jimmy Fallon's gonna cry because nobody's gonna hug fucking Eric Andre pretending to be Beyonce because that's definitely not Beyonce, but people should be fucking tolerant and hug him
Yeah.
because of his
Yeah.
fucking courage.
Yeah, dude. That's just cringe,
Do
man.
you
It's
understand
cringe.
how confused I am?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't watch that stuff, man, really
And,
anymore. I just do clips of it on YouTube.
Swear to God, sir, am I supposed to laugh or am I supposed to feel sorry for him? Am I supposed to feel sorry for Eric Andre? Because I don't find Eric Andre funny on his own.
You know, I think I watched his show on Adult Swim once, and yeah, you know, he's just trying to be zany, I guess. You know, trying to do shocking stuff, and the guests they make it look like the guests aren't in on it, but they have to be, right? For the most
Well,
part. I mean,
they have to
nobody
be
would be.
because they'd be creeped out. Half those women would spray him in the face with pepper spray.
Right, yeah, and nobody else will go on the show. I mean, you know, celebrities they all have press agents now. I mean, it's all you know, it's all WWF to me at this point, and that
I mean,
you know,
all he's doing is ripping off Tom Green.
yes, good point. Yeah, absolutely. You know, Adult Swim. I mean, it's got its great stuff on there for sure, man. But you know, they got some real trash on there too. You know, like everything else, I suppose. Uh,
Well, all Adult Swim at one point was, giving everybody an opportunity. It wasn't like
mm,
it's not like that anymore. It's giving people with big names opportunity.
right. Yeah. Well, they're gatekeepers, man. I mean, it's just obvious. It's you know, that's why a lot of people, you know, everybody wants to, you know, create or you know, there's a lot of people that are really talented artists, creative, you know, writers, and it's just such a hard business to get into. I mean, as you say, how many well the actors, you know, are actually like employed in the Actors Guild? It's the statistics are incredibly low, right? It's you know, if you're looking to do it to feed your family or yourself, even it's you know a long shot. It's almost like trying to win the lottery. So it's tough.
Well, I
But
thought it was hilarious. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
oh, just I was just gonna pitch, you know, but it can be done. Obviously, you know, anybody if your product's good enough, you know, if you got the talent, man, and you just don't give up, it breaks through. You know, people realize something good when they see it, and the gatekeepers they don't. You know, they seem to suck at you know picking out quality stuff. But eventually, when people you know see something they love and they demand it, then the gatekeepers are like, okay, yeah, yeah, okay, come on in. You know, so that's all I was saying. Go ahead.
Well, that's true because, well, Sylvester Stallone partnering up with Chuck Dixon and your boy Zach with Expendables Go to Hell with their nearly $300 campaign blowing up, and then you got fucking Cyberfrog Wrecked Planet that already what in less than fucking a day fucking hit $350,000 nearly.
Yeah, yeah, it's amazing. I am so happy for EBS, man. I love that guy, man. He is so cool. He's been very cool to me. uh, Basically, you know, like that's what I was trying to tell Narwhal when I was, you know, just on a comment stream. You know, like that's, you know, my best friend and I, you know, he watches. We've been friends with great. He's like he's my brother, and
Oh no
you know,
shit! I'd never do that.
yeah.
Oh,
I'm so
Narwhal is fucking awesome. Excuse me for giggling, but Narwhal is fucking the shit. I mean, ever since Narwhal was with his creative purpose, and ever since he was blown up, that guy is fucking
yeah.
awesome. I knew he was gonna be fucking blowing up ever since those workshops. Like this guy's
Yeah,
a
right. No,
creative
yeah, I wasn't
genius.
saying he's my brother. Literally, what I was trying to say was one of my best friends who, you know, also who's like my brother. You know, we've been friends since fifth grade. He was watching EBS. I'd missed a stream. He told me about this guy Narwhal who, you know, had gotten, you know, messed with by the SJW, you know, people. We'll just be nice about it. And was bullied, and you know, he had to, you know, like wear a disguise to go on the show. And you know, I hate bullies, man. You know, I've dealt with many in my life, and you know,
Yep.
I just you know, I started watching Narwhal's videos, and just yeah, like when I, you know, I heard about. I just like how ridiculous that I live in an age where comic book artists have to disguise their faces because of these crazy mobs. You know, it's insane.
Well, we still live in an age where we got to be careful about what we say to people because it would hurt somebody's feelings. Like I remember 10 years ago where I was reading an article in Hustler where somebody was going, "Well, such social justice warriors are company. You got to be careful eventually where somebody's going to be upset that you're going to ask for black coffee." I'm like, that's ridiculous. And this
Man,
was
you know,
in a Hustler magazine.
dude, if political correctness has reached Hustler, it is the apocalypse. Give me a break, man.
Let me
It's
tell you
been,
something, Front. Let me be straight up with you. If you haven't seen Pornhub, social justice warriors have already reached porn.
are you kidding me?
I'm not. Okay,
No
let me give
shit.
you a hint. Let me give
Yeah,
you a hint. If female porn stars are offered more money to have sex with a black man more than a white man,
yeah.
there's something wrong there. It shouldn't matter.
Well, yeah. I didn't. I wouldn't think that would be. I mean, what? I mean, shit. That's not a thing in real life. You know. I mean, you see.
It is a thing in real life.
Well,
In
I'm saying it's
in
like, you
porn,
see.
why women are having sex with more black men is because there's more money for white women and non-black women to have sex with black men than it is for them to have sex with non-black men. Period.
That's just wow. Yeah, I don't even say that, man. It's weird. It's just, I don't know much about the porn world as far as like, other than, obviously, I've seen my share of it, of course, but it's like, I didn't know the politics behind it. That's pretty bizarre, man.
That's
Um,
the straight up politics there. It's already been there straight up right there, and everybody's trying to pretend it's not there. Just when, if you ever heard of that porn star August Ames who killed herself,
no, no.
she was bullied into suicide because she didn't want to do a scene with a guy who does gay porn because
Okay.
analytically it's more likely for a gay person to give somebody else AIDS than it
Yeah,
is for a straight person. So she was worried about her health and career. And
right.
one of the tweets she was given was from a gay porn star was, "I hope you choke on a cyanide pill and die."
Oh, what a gentleman. Dude, that's
Now,
insane, man.
now, and for straight men, and this is straight men, and even for your daughter, even for my wife, and this is insane. My wife isn't white. Is you're a bigot,
Okay.
you're a bigot or a racist if you don't sleep with somebody who's not your race, even if they're not your type.
Yeah, I've heard that kind of crazy shit before. It's like, it's so ridiculous. They try and paint out like people can, what, yeah, love is love, man. It's like, my brother, his wife is Chinese, man. I got Chinese nieces and nephews. They're adorable.
Exactly.
Um,
It's not
you
my
know,
business. If you if
right,
you're
absolutely. But right.
if
I'm just
you're
saying it's like, yeah,
I don't mean to
right.
interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm just saying it's like, but I hear you. It's crazy, like how they're trying to tell people who to breed with, to be politically correct. It's insane. Yeah, you're attracted to what you're attracted to, and if you're not, you're not. And
Exactly.
yeah, people are going to try and force that. That just shows that you're a psychopath. You're a control freak, man. You
Well,
know?
from what I understand, from what I grew up as a kid, that's rape.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
I
that.
mean, yeah, basically, these girls are subcontractors, right? Anyways, it's like you negotiate the deal, man. It's like, you go to any job, if you have the right to be like, okay, like I was a car salesman, right? Like, if they tell me, well, you got to sell cars and we want you to scrub the toilets, I'm like, well, then no, I'm not going to work here, because I was a subcontractor. I would just go to different dealerships. But if all the dealerships, tried forcing me to do that, like they got together collectively because of some political bullshit, I would have to leave that business. Just it wouldn't be worth it.
Right.
It's crazy, man. It's really weird. I grew up when America was so free. There weren't cameras everywhere. You know what I mean? People talked to each other. They trusted each other. You know, you could go to the park and play and be by yourself as a kid. You know, and today it's like we got cameras everywhere, we got helicopters everywhere, drones everywhere, and people are more paranoid and scared than ever, right? Like, yeah, man, safety is an illusion for the most part. If this society underneath it is, uh, rotten from the inside out.
Well, it's a double standard. I mean, you can't have the stuff up and yet bring the devils inside in your face. Like, there was that goofy video of those fucking cross dressers or whatever they were doing lap dances in front of kids.
Right. Yeah.
And they're not
Queen
that.
Victoria.
I mean, you gotta come to a barrier. Like, I used to work in the strip club business in San Diego,
Okay.
and one thing I couldn't stand about San Diego, okay, they had goofy regulations inside the strip club, right? They had
Okay.
how a bitch has to have her ass covered inside the strip club. They
Right.
had fully clothed lap dances and 6-inch law. But what it come to public on the beach? Absolutely nothing. They had fucking nude beaches.
Oh my gosh, man. Yeah, I went to a strip
So
club so many years ago, and I just remember they had like the rules where you can't. It was a friend's bachelor party. I mean, it was like 20 years ago. Was the last time I was in a strip joint. You know, um, I was
you're
with
not
my
missing
daughter's
out on
mother
much.
for 8 years. You know, so I was in a relationship and I didn't cheat on her. So, you know, uh, strip clubs weren't my thing. I was getting plenty at home. But the last time I went for a bachelor party, I just remember, you couldn't put your hands on the woman, and they had lots of rules there, and it was pretty normal. But yeah, it just I don't know. It wasn't my thing. A lot of my friends dug the strip clubs, and for me, it was like, I prefer the real thing. you know. Um,
I hear you on that one. I hear you.
yeah,
But
I I guess it's a thing. It's like um, even every once in a while, you know what I mean. It's like, but some of my buddies, they would just go and just blow so much money every night. They go all night, and they just burn through all their earnings. And it was like, and then they get, they think like they were gonna like get, they get the phone numbers, and they, some would some of them would date and have good relationships with some of the strippers and that, but it wasn't like very common that it worked out. Some of my friends, yeah, some got lucky, but most didn't. But yeah, just because it's not my thing doesn't mean that, like, yeah, like I'm judging other people. But I just remember when I went, it was like, it was just kind of fun, but it wasn't like something like, oh, I want to do this every night, just because, you know, when I was at that age, I was into just, going to bars for real and just, picking up girls at the bars.
yeah, my point is what San Diego and the goofy regulations there were is that if those girls did that inside a controlled building where they were supposed to pay for licenses and do that shit and get paid to do that shit and worry about
Right,
cops coming and finding them, they do the same thing on the beach. It's not a problem where children go.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, man. The hypocrisy of it, and yeah, man, to keep the children are innocent, man. Like, keep them away from that shit. They don't need to. They got the rest of their lives to learn about sex and all that stuff. Let them be kids. You know what I mean? And that's and have just some common decency, man. It's just common sense shit, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's
It's like, yeah, adults, it's what they do, is their business, absolutely. But yeah, like, kids, it's like, the hell, man, they're innocent, and I grew up in a pretty, in a time when, yeah, you didn't have like, free porn everywhere and all that kind of stuff, and you were lucky to find a hustler or something, blowing in the wind, that was like finding a gold treasure, as a kid. And
oh, me
I
too.
didn't sit there and go, oh, gee, I wish I was like these kids today, and I had that when I was 12. I was fine, growing up just in what I consider just a pretty normal society. Uh,
Homie, I wish I had a vape pen. That's all I wish
what's
for.
that?
A vape pen.
A vape pen?
Yep, so I can smoke pot wherever I wanted to.
Brother, I'm actually about to go buy one. I'm, I smoke cigarettes. And I just had a birthday not too long ago, and that was my resolution to at least go to vaping. Try to
It's a
quit
good
smoking.
alternative, brother. It
Yeah.
honestly is.
Mm,
As long as
yeah,
you stay
absolutely.
consistent with it, it will kick your nicotine habit. As long as you focus with that instead of the cigarettes, it will work for you.
Yeah, I roll my own cigarettes, man. So I don't pay. I won't pay $10 for a pack of cigarettes, man. I actually pay about $10 a month for a carton, and I don't chain smoke. Really, it's like after I eat, which I just did recently. I'll have a cigarette, and about 3 or 4 a day, but it's still a bad habit. I don't deny it. I don't deny I smoke because I'm addicted to nicotine. And I did vape for a while, but my vape pen got cracked once or twice, and I just got back into smoking cigarettes because I had them. And yeah, I got to get back into vaping. It's way, way, way healthier. And as far as the vaping cannabis, yeah, absolutely, even better. They just legalized it here in Illinois, but it is expensive, bro. I mean,
It's
it is
expensive here
expensive.
too.
Yeah. Um, I haven't even been to the shop yet. They were fighting here about the dispensaries, which towns could have them, and all these towns, were like, we don't want it here. Um, Chicago, is a liberal city, but you know, Illinois is actually a pretty conservative state. There's a lot of farmland out here, and we usually have Republican governors. Chicago is always a Democratic um, mayor, but the governor is usually Republican. And the last Democratic governor they put in jail. That was boy, yeah.
I grew up in a town across the Lake Michigan from y'all. If you're familiar with Grand Haven.
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely.
Yep, that's where I grew up.
Oh, nice, man. That was cool. Yeah, whatchamacallit, I was in Wisconsin my senior year of high school. My father moved up there after he divorced my mother when I was 12. So I finished, well, yeah, my senior year Wisconsin in Baraboo, which is right outside the Dells. And then I ended up moving back there because my ex, she brought my daughter up there for the first couple years of her. Well, it's a long story. I had a pretty bad, custody battle for my daughter with my ex, but we get along
Oh,
today.
sorry about
But
that.
yeah, no, that's okay, bro. But long story short, she brought my daughter up to Wisconsin because I have some family up there, and she was having some issues, so she moved right across from my father up there and my sister who lives up there, and I was out here traveling back and forth, living up there. Finally, eventually, just to be with my daughter, and then finally moved back here. My daughter, she finished her high school out here, so she's got this is her last year. She's a senior in high school, and then she got 3 scholarships, man. She's
Damn.
such a good kid. Yeah, she's a smart kid,
What
and
career is she planning on doing?
I keep asking her, and I think she loves animals, so she's thinking about like veterinarian, but definitely I think she's gonna go to Loyola University. Um, and yeah, study some kind of like some kind of medical field. So either veterinarian or doctor. But
Veterinary is definitely a big ass career, especially them 24-hour vets. Those guys make
yeah,
bank.
yeah, I know her. She loves animals. I love animals too. I mean, everybody loves animals. You know, pretty much, unless you're who doesn't love animals, right? But
Yeah.
basically, yeah, she said she would have such a hard time having to constantly put them down. It's got to be rough being a vet. Just having people come in there with their beloved pet, right? Having to have you
Oh,
put to sleep.
I know the
Yeah.
feeling. My dog died of heart failure a couple years back. That's why I say that. And it was
Sorry
at
to hear that,
fucking
man.
1 o'clock in the morning. So we had to fucking drive to a fucking 24-hour vet 10 miles down.
Oh, geez, it's terrible. What breed
Of
was
course,
he?
a Akita Border Collie mix.
Ooh, nice mix. I like that. I love
Beautiful
Akitas.
mix.
I actually, that's aren't they? That's like they're kind of like they look like wolves, right?
Uh, Not really. German Shepherds look more like wolves. They
Well,
look,
I remember seeing a giant Akita once. Only one time, like a purebred Akita, and it was a huge one, and it just had like the silver, black fur.
they
It
look
just,
more like,
obviously didn't look like a skinny one. Just
yeah, they look more like those weird teddy bears, like teddy bears with spots, weird spots and
okay,
patches. If you get one of those ones with the spots on them, I don't know how to
yeah,
describe an Akita. Akita, they're they look like something a girl wants to come up and hug. They look like them Furbies. They got a Furby coat, just with fucking just with this fucking box like head. They got like a fucking they got this fucking big thick box like head, and especially if you get the American kind,
uh huh,
they're fucking they fucking got a huge box head.
okay, yeah. I gotta look those up. Actually, man, I'm gonna check out some of those online. My daughter has she had two Shih Tzus, and one of them just passed away last March. And I mean, I love that dog, bro. It crushed me. I mean, it just crushed me. He was just the cutest. I mean, he looked like a little Ewok, man, like a little teddy bear. And usually, I usually like bigger dogs, but man, I fell in love with that breed. Shih Tzus are just so smart and loyal, and they're just funny, man. They're just and they don't shed. They're small, they're easy to bathe, and they're just you know they're just so damn cute, and they're perfect for kids. So she still got the one Shih Tzu left, and he's a great dog too. But the sad thing is the one that died, Toby. He basically just got some kind of infection, and the asshole vet misdiagnosed him, and it ended up killing him. So I was really
Mm,
pissed about that. Really pissed.
that's terrible.
Yeah, yeah, man. Basically, we my daughter's mother begged the vet, like, give him a blood test, because she used to be a nurse herself, and he uh, he went to the blood test, and he misdiagnosed it, and that's if he would have just done a blood test, he would have been given the proper medicine, but since he misdiagnosed him, he gave him the wrong medicine. It accelerated the condition, and dog suffered horribly and died horribly. It was, God, it's rough, man. Yeah.
Yeah, there was nothing we could do with ours. His heart exploded on him, like his heart fluttered on his sack and stuff like that, or whatever it was explained.
How old was he?
We don't know. He was a rescue.
So, but you had him but at least he had a good long life, right? Like, it wasn't early.
Mm, had
Like,
him
was he an
for
older dog?
he was huge when we got him. He was like 90 pounds when we got him.
Yeah, but you just like, as far as his age wise, like, you didn't consider him like he was like in dog years. Was he up there a bit?
From what we were told from the rescue, he was 3 to 5. Like they found him out in the wild.
Okay. And then how long
Like
do you guys have him for?
about 5, 4 or 5 years.
Okay, well, yeah. So, in dog years, man, 10 years is about, that's a good stretch at least. I mean, it's always a crusher. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, dude, Toby was only 5 years old, man. He was just a baby, and he got fucking killed by a vet being you know, careless. So that's
Yeah,
that's really, really hard.
I agree
I
with
can,
that. At least he didn't give me the choice.
yeah, yeah, right. It's when you get a dog, like they don't live super long lives, but you just hope you get that average 10 to 15. If you're lucky, really lucky, you can get 15 usually. So boy, there's so many things they have for adopting dogs and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm not ready get a to get one myself. But my next dog would definitely be a Shih Tzu. I just love the breed now. So,
Yeah.
anyways, back to Narwhal. So, yeah, I was going to ask you. So, basically, yeah, I just my friend told me how great Narwhal's art was. He was said it was kind of almost like anime, style mixed with American style, and I just started reading up on, it, and I was just like, oh, this is great, man. I love the story. I love the artwork, and then when I just started talking to Narwhal on his streams, he just kind of, he's just such a nice guy. He was cool to me, you know. And I just told him like, yeah, I heard about you on EBS, and he's the coolest guy, man, really cool guy. So, how did you two guys hook up?
Funny story. Well, originally, I was just fell into the Comicsgate route, and I was following first Ethan Van Sciver because I didn't realize he was a creator of Cyberfrog, which is a comic book I've had ever since I was fucking 12 years old because I was an idiot. So I fell in this, and then I fell on John Malin, and everybody was talking about Narwhal, and then I saw his comic, I'm like, what's up with this Narwhal guy? And I
Right.
started following Narwhal, and then I was like, man, Narwhal's actually a genius writer. He can do all of this stuff, and Zach's old saying is, if you're gonna do a shitty comic book, if the comic book's gonna come out like shit, at
Yeah.
least do it yourself.
Right.
If it's gonna come out bad, at least do it yourself. So, and surprisingly, regardless, Narwhal finished everything that he did, regardless of what I think of anything that he did. And I think writing and everything that he does is he's a genius. He did it fast, and with the writing room, it was really inspiring because he get these groups together, and
Yeah.
regardless of how he behaved at every interview, he get
Yeah.
everybody together and work together.
Yes. Right.
Regardless of all his goofiness, underneath it all, Narwhal's a straight up hustler.
Yeah, man. He's crushing right now, man. Yeah, I love his community spirit, and obviously, he's talented. He's got all these ideas, and yeah, man, he's doing great, man.
But
Um,
out, but out of all his goofiness, he knows how to hustle and he knows how to organize people.
yep, and organizing people is the hard part. Absolutely, it's uh, you know,
And
it, it's tough, especially with artists too, because I mean, artists are very protective of their own ideas. So to get together, to collaborate, can be difficult. But usually, once you do, and uh, as long as the people are, just all cool with each other, great things come of it, right? So
yeah, but anyways, make a long story short, I started following his live streams and he was talking to that one girl from New York for a little bit.
yeah,
And I always shit talk people on chats to see if they pay attention.
yeah.
And of course, Narwhal started paying attention to me, and of course, I knew he really liked this girl. So I'm like, dude, just kiss her already. And she left right when I read that, and he's like, yeah, I do really like her. I'm like,
Yeah,
dude, I'll do whatever I can to try to fucking get you laid on this girl and jizz all over this girl for the love of God.
yeah. It's a thing, man. It's funny. Boy, he's before he, with how talented he is in his drive. He's gonna just keep on getting bigger, and then he's gonna be like, he's gonna be doing stream shows like Mike S. Miller with 20 kids crawling around his back. He's probably, by the way, it's pretty funny. That whole thing with EBS and the Mike S. Miller thing.
Oh God.
EBS, I just used to fire up just dumb, silly comments on his show. Um, I started following EBS just with the Star Wars videos a while ago. I don't know if you remember, but back in the day, he just had a cover like you just see like he had like a cyborg photo, like where half his face looked like a cyborg, and he just lit up the Star Wars pieces of shit for what they were beautifully. He's just so great with his deadpan humor, and he just would do those videos, with him pointing at the pad, and just pointing out the articles, and I just loved it. I could tell right away, like, oh, great. And I didn't realize, like, oh my gosh, like this is the guy who did Green Lantern and all these huge things for DC and Marvel. It's like, as I get to know more about him, I'm like, wow, I definitely, love comics as a kid, obviously, growing up. But I definitely, when I was teenage years, I got into girls and martial arts and all that stuff. I fell out of it. But basically EBS, and Comicsgate, has gotten me into it more. And my roommate, he's got just stacks and stacks of comics, man, of all kinds, just huge collections. So I got a whole library to go through and catch up on a lot of stuff. But I love and I support Comicsgate, man. I can't stand the bickering, but EBS noticed in the chat once somebody for some reason accused me of being Mike Miller. Yeah. So, I know EBS. I made him laugh with some of my goofy comments, because he had called out some of my comments, a couple times, and had gave me some of those hearts, when I would comment on his channel. And all of a sudden, I guess he had seen the stream how me and this guy were kind of having this troll fight, where he was accusing me of being a sock puppet, like account from Mike Miller, which I don't know why, because I wasn't defending Mike Miller or anything like that. So I started calling him Ryan Johnson. EBS is amused, and all of a sudden he's like, I made a joke on EBS's show a couple weeks later. He was talking about how Richard Pryor and Marlon Brando had relations with each other, sexual relations.
Yeah, I heard about that from the Hodge twins.
Right?
I believe that one.
I know it's so gross to think about, man. It's like I just don't want to know, but it was so. I just made a comment on EBS's stream. I go, Richard Pryor also fucked Superman 3. EBS loved it.
Funny.
Yeah, thanks, bro. And he started laughing. And then he just started talking to me on the stream. He's like, some people think Kung Fu is Mike S. Miller. And so I love that. And I started playing along with it, pretending to be Mike Miller. And I would be like, Mike Miller's a saint. Don't you dare talk about him, And, it's funny, too, because I remember, like, when he used to be on the streams with EBS, man. It's like EBS is such a nice guy, man. He helps out everybody. And these guys definitely, man, it's not him, it's them. I mean, if you can't, if you think EBS is a dick, man, there's something wrong with you, man. I mean, nobody's perfect, but I mean, the guy's such a nice guy. I mean, look what he does for everybody else. He doesn't have to do that, what he's done for Zach and Narwhal and all the comic skaters, man. That's a big thing. And he takes a lot of heat from the SJW whack jobs, and he mans up and he's like, go fuck yourself. I just love it. They can't get on
the Fight Club. You can't hold anybody accountable for your own successes and failures.
Right. Yeah. And then, dude, I got the copy of Cyberfrog and I devoured it, man. I mean, I loved it. The artwork is killer. And I just, like everybody else, man, like I just wanted the next issue immediately. It went through it so quick. I was like, okay, next. Like, yeah, it was so good, man. It's a great comic.
Like I said, if you ever heard my story about Cyberfrog, when I was getting comics at 12 years old, the comic book store owner gave me the first issue of Cyberfrog for free. Like, here, kid.
Oh, really?
Here's the first issue of Cyberfrog. Get the fuck out of here. So it was the biggest deal in my life. I still have that fucking first issue now.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
So ever since then, ever since I was 12 years old to now, Cyberfrog was the most memorable character in my fucking life. Out of Spawn, out of fucking everything. Like, yeah. I don't know why. I don't fucking know why. But
I can see why. Actually, I mean, it's definitely, it's a unique thing, man. And actually, I mean, that's that was like pre Ninja Turtles, really, wasn't it?
No. Ninja Turtles was out in the 80s.
Yeah, but his original Cyberfrog was in the 90s.
Yeah, around the 90s, because
he started young. Ninja Turtles were way before. That's my bad.
Ninja Turtles was a parody of Frank Miller's run of Daredevil.
Right. My favorite one is like when I was a kid, The Badger by Mike Barron. I don't know if you're familiar.
Nope.
But yeah, Mike Barron, he had this comic book called The Badger, and it's got a cult following, man. It did in the 80s. It was really big, and it was before Deadpool and all this stuff. And basically, the Badger is this Vietnam vet who basically goes insane in Vietnam, but I don't know if it was before Vietnam. He becomes a master of all the martial art styles, and he has a power where he can talk to animals. So he's like Doctor Doolittle, right? But he's like a badass martial artist. So that's his superpower. Is he can have like any animals, like attack, on his command. But he's crazy, so it's hilarious. So he would go into a restaurant and he saw this guy making snake soup, and he demands to fight the guy, and unless he stops making the snake bile soup or whatever. And the guy's a kung fu master, so they have this huge kung fu fight, and the Badger. It's just it's hard to explain, but the
It
other
sounds
quality
kind
of
of
it is,
funny.
yeah, it is. It's hilarious. He's basically split personality with powers of Doctor Doolittle, and he's like a Bruce Lee type badass. Just like real built with blonde hair. Kind of like like Bruce Lee build, but He-Man. Like flowing blonde hair, and but he was like the first, like I was, being a martial arts myself, like the way Mike Barron could illustrate, the kicks and the punches and the technique, he got it down so more realistically than it had ever been. Like, I would read like Master of Kung Fu, and it was like, they would just the way the illustration would be. I mean, you get what I'm talking about, right? It's like chop, 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 and you just see, like blurring hand motions. But Mike Barron, man, like because he's a martial artist himself, he really, and that's why everybody caught on to it. Not only just a story, but he's just a fantastic artist, obviously, and he was able to capture actually the realism of the punch and the kick and whatever the technique was in the fight scenes. So yeah, I still have all my Badger comics to this day. And his wife has a YouTube channel. Her name's Betty Barron, and you can talk to Mike and through her. Like I'll ask her questions and tell her I'm a fan, and I really want them to make a movie out of the Badger. I think it's perfect for a
That
superhero movie.
Badger character sounds fun.
Yeah, brother. I mean, if you ever get a chance, man, check out a copy. He's redid it. He's redoing it. But he went on a spree where he wrote a bunch of novels, and I think also Mike Barron is famous for Nexus. I mean, if you Wikipedia Mike Barron, I mean, he's definitely like
He did Nexus with
yeah,
Steve Root.
yeah, that was the thing, yeah. Mike Barron, he was like one of the biggest independent creators.
Yeah, I watched the Steve Root documentary. I think he
Yeah.
was in that.
So yeah, I wasn't into Nexus as much. I love the Badger, but then of course later on I checked out Nexus. Mike Barron too. I'm amazed he's not in the comics game because he's no SJW, man. That guy's a hardcore martial artist. He's pro America and pro Constitution.
Comics
He
kid
teaches
is one of
classes.
those unknown areas. People
Yeah.
just don't know.
Yeah, he's teaching classes though, and that's pretty cool. So like anybody who's an aspiring um young artist like yourself or anybody else, I should say, or obviously, you're well, far along. I'm just saying, like somebody that's like a complete beginner, like he'll teach them and give them really good tips on what their
I'm
strengths
okay.
are. And
Thank you, though.
yeah, no, bro, I mean, listen, man, I can't do stick people. I mean, art is just, I mean, I used to try and, I would do stuff with trace. I mean, but so I'm very impressed with artists because it's a talent I do not possess. But I can recognize good art when I see it. And I mean, yeah, I love your stuff, man. I think it's very well done.
I'm grateful for you. Bless you, man. Bless you. And I don't mean to sound like a thirsty, pathetic fool, but bless you.
Thank you, brother. Bless you too. So what's your like how'd you get into your artistry and stuff? How'd you get into did you just like find out you had a knack for it when you were a kid and you just nurtured it, or how far did you take it?
I was a nerd that got my ass beat all the time, kicked in the head. People grabbed my fucking big ass glasses and played catch with them.
Okay, one of
While I
those
was
things.
in the middle, I was just a pathetic little boy that everybody beat the shit out of. They looked at
Yes.
my face and they're like, "I just want to punch you."
Yeah, I know that feeling. I got a
And
baby
then
face, bro.
and and then I built muscle and gained iron, and of course, once again, people just wanted to fight me.
Yeah.
So eventually, and then of course Trump became president, and I wasn't really. I actually voted for Gary Johnson because I'm like, I don't give a fuck. This is the first time I'm gonna vote out of
Right.
everything. So I'm gonna since I've thrown my vote away before, I didn't vote for Obama either. So that says about as much as me. So I was like, if I'm gonna throw my vote away, I'm gonna throw my vote away to anybody. And Joe Exotic wasn't an option anymore. So I just threw it to Gary Johnson. Then Trump became president. I'm like, I hope it's gonna be I hope everything is gonna be good. And then things were getting good. I was like, hey, things are being good, and I was vocal about it. And people were like, you're a Trump supporter. I'm like, how am I a Trump supporter?
Yeah, it's crazy today, bro. It's I don't. It's man, I don't believe in the two-party system. But you know, with what Trump's doing right now, I don't think he's basically he didn't have a choice. He could either run as a Democrat or Republican, and I think he just picked what he thought would be the best for him because he used to be a Democrat donor. He was
Right.
never elected Republican. Now, he's just I think he realized what a sham politics was, and he just had to wheel and deal like everybody else. He realized you play the game to play the game, but yeah, it got so bad. I mean, I'm hoping he's cleaning house. I don't trust. I love, like I said, I respect our military, and I know there's great people in all branches of government. Like I said, obviously, I got family in them. But there is so much corruption, and everybody knows it, and somebody's got to clean house, man. And the fact that just because he got elected, basically the mainstream media and all these people went nuts. It just kind of shows you, like, usually, man, if you don't react like that if you don't have something to hide.
Well,
There
you're at
was a
that
lot of
age.
things on
You're at
that,
that age too, like me. It's like, if you're not gonna vote, don't bitch.
right? Yeah.
And if you're
Yeah,
not paying attention, you shouldn't bitch either.
exactly. Yeah. I mean, how can the country not be split in two, anyways, brother? When you only have two parties to choose from, that literally
Exactly.
means half the country, right? It's like they don't allow a third party in the debates, and you're not going to become president unless you're allowed in the debates. That's why they rigged it that way. It didn't used to be that way.
But
I
even
remember.
even just to do that, just to even just go just a percentage of people, even just people giving those independent voters their 5% so they can get the budget next time, that would be a
Yeah.
revolution right there.
Yep. Right. Yeah.
But
People. I think people just people on both sides have lost all faith. In their elected officials, and that's why I think this whole thing with Trump. It's like a lot of people most people either hate him or love him.
yeah,
With me, it's like when he does stuff I like, I call it, and when he doesn't, I call it too.
I'll be
My
honest.
loyalty is to the Constitution, not the president. You know.
Exactly. I'll be honest. I look at Trump like my father, but Trump is pretty much the same as my father. I love my father.
Yeah.
Don't agree with everything my father has to say or done in his life, but hey,
Yeah.
I can forgive my father because that's between what my father has done and between what he's done to those people.
Right.
He's been a great father to me. He hasn't
Yeah.
left me, and that's all I have to do. From being a born again Christian, I got to honor my father, right?
Yeah. I respect that, man. That's my father. He passed away, bless his heart, but he was a bad alcoholic, man. He was pretty rough. When I was growing up, he's pretty physically rough. And yeah, I got bullied. When I was a kid, man, I had a baby face. They just always came for me. I was just I wasn't too big, I wasn't too small. I was just like just right, and I got into my brother signed me up for. I had two older brothers that were very tough though, and they taught me some stuff. And they
Yeah,
got
my
me to
dad.
type when I was 12. And yeah, once I was 12, man, the bullying stopped pretty quickly because I realized bullies don't like it anymore once you hit back.
Yeah.
And I always wanted to also make sure that I didn't want to become one of them. So I pretty much devoted my life to anytime seeing somebody being a bully to somebody, saying, "Hey, go fuck yourself," sticking up for, the little guy, you know, because that's what people should do, man. Bullies are cowards, man. It's they they're basically just insecure assholes, and that's why you never see a bully pick on somebody bigger than them. It's always somebody smaller, somebody who might look like they are weak just because they have glasses or something. That was actually
Hmm.
my advantage, People, just because I had a nice smile and baby face, they would just think I'd be an easy fight. But I
Or
mean, I
people
was
who are
funny,
just
dude.
nice and try to do kind things to people. You
Yeah.
know.
But yeah, bro, I have a dark side, man, and it's just like basically, I'm a very Christian man, but when somebody lays their hands on me, you know, to hurt me, all bets are off, and yeah, Sean, I'm not there anymore. you know,
That's
I
guaranteed with
just let my
everybody.
guard take over, man.
I mean, if you
Yeah,
slap
I just
somebody, you're
let my
guaranteed to
guard
get
take over.
slapped back.
Yeah, I hate violence. That's why I'm pretty good at it because I like to end it as quickly as possible. Um, I'm not tough by any means, like there's a million guys that can kick my ass, I'm sure, but there's not a one that would hit me and I wouldn't hit him back. That's just my creed, man. I hate violence, but hey, man, if I'm gonna get whacked, why the hell not? It's- you can either stand there and get hit or hit back. And I always try to avoid it, But man, when I was a kid, you know, uh, I remember high school, man. It was just one time a kid just I blocked his basketball shot and he just punched me right in the face. And I basically, did pretty well. He never did that again.
Kids
I'll
are
leave it at
mean.
that.
I mean, the last
But,
time I was threatened with a fight was last year at work. Somebody's like, "Oh, I'm gonna meet you at your car after work." I'm like, "Listen, how about this? We go where the cameras are and in front of the supervisor. You can beat my ass in front of the camera. I'm gonna sue you, and I'm gonna live off of your salary for 2 years because you don't want to be at my truck."
yeah.
He goes, "Why is that?" He goes, "Listen, I'm related to the Core Bond family who live off a house off of Springfield Street. They can get here
Mhm.
quite quickly. And trust me, you want to go that way, the fight's not going to go your way. You want to go where I want the fight at. The fight's going to go perfectly your way, but it's going to cost you a lot of money."
Yeah, I mean, and it's so juvenile too. I mean, it's like, I'm just at my age now, man. I mean, I've been in enough stupid brawls. I mean, when I was in my early 20s, I mean, my friends, I hung out with, like a lot. I hung out with, I ran with a big crowd, after high school, and we had lots of fun, and crazy shit happened, but we never started it, and you used to play with it, but like it's crazy. I mean, yeah, like there's these, you'll get some guy, I'd be at work, and just because you get a disagreement, like, yeah, they want to get physical, and it's like, hey, man, that should be a last resort. Like we should be able to talk this shit out because you want to go behind, you want to go outside and throw fists, man. Like that's fucking, like you're just assuming that it's going to be okay for you, and you shouldn't assume that,
Yeah.
man. It's just a crazy fucking mindset to have,
Or
I
just
don't, I
take
don't
a
presume
joke
that you
like
take
it is.
care. Yeah, it's just immature, man. I don't have an ego like that. If somebody, talks shit to me, they can call me whatever. They can call me all kinds of names, call me fat. I don't care. The second they put their hands on me, it's a different story. So I grew up loving Bruce Lee, man. He was my hero, and he just said, it's like take your ego out of it, man. so what? You know, if they kill you, they kill you. You know, if you just, you know, don't care if you want to lose, you're gonna be fine. It's, you know, most people lose because they care about how they're gonna look. You know, and if you just let it happen and just believe in, you know, your training, you'll be all right. And man, I followed that advice, and it's worked for me pretty well so far.
Oh,
Um,
here it is. What do you think of this?
yeah.
This
Oh, that's
is
cool,
a
man.
practice illustration so far.
That's cool.
Come.
I like the mask too, man. I love the cross. That's cool, dude. It's very badass.
Yeah, I went with the more traditional from the
I like the
traditional armor mask. I didn't like
yeah.
the
I
goofy
like,
paint across. What up, buddy?
yeah. Does he got like I'm trying to see. Are those handcuffs underneath on the vest?
No, those are just pockets. Rob Liefeld pouches.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Cause it's cool. Yeah, it looks like almost like there's little handcuffs. Yeah, like he can carry too. That's pretty. That's yeah. I like it, man. Very wicked. As far as like the storyline and storyboard, like, uh, yeah, I mean, I'm basically just kind of picking your brain, basically, just like,
Go ahead, ask
um,
away, buddy.
yeah, just like, what are some basic, I guess, character arcs, you know, you got in mind, or is that just, you know, still up in the air?
Character arts for Templar or the general story premises?
Well, yeah, I'll just keep it simple, just with Templar. Yeah.
The Templar is just well, basically, I don't have a complete origin story of them because when I first started off with them, it was kind of a stupid, and when I started working with them, it was kind of it got way too deep. Like the deep idea was basically these two ladies a couple years back who were killed by the same serial killer. They were uh,
Okay.
they were both mothers. One was a single mother, and her son was like 2 years old, and then the other one was a mother of four, both in the town. So either one of them or all four of them wind up becoming the Templar. Um,
Okay. Like,
originally the Templar was going to have a dual personality like Jack and Tyler Durden,
okay.
but um, that didn't work too well.
Yeah. Well, that's a complicated character, man. Yeah, right there for sure. Um, basically, so like, but his motivations are basically, yeah, just like revenge for, uh, from what I'm gathering, like just punishing the
Well,
wicked, punishing the wicked, basically, in like the most painful way possible, maybe.
exactly.
Yeah.
Basically finding God again, and his discovery God is a pretty extreme way. Basically, he believes that he's killing all these people, and he's going to hell for killing because he knows what he's doing is wrong.
Yeah.
But it's kind of an ideal. But basically, he was trained by an OG Templar way back in the day, which ties
Okay.
into if you ever seen the first barn raising videos where I showed Narwhal the concepts of Mia. Sorry, this camera's shitty. I hope I can show you. Let me see if I can turn this shit on. Hang on a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
This thing doesn't done do fuck up. Hang on. Let's see.
There we
Oh,
go. Yeah.
look at my big ugly face.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right.
All
Look,
right. Let's see if I
yeah,
can find
yeah, yeah, good, good. Yeah, I can see good there. I like that.
All right. Yeah, this is an old Xbox camera. So, um, this character Mia. It will be later in the story, but basically, she is born the day the day the Templars mentor finds her and saves her.
Okay, cool.
So
Good.
basically, the guy who trains the Templar is like one of the OG Templars from the 70s, and her mother is giving birth, and she's basically uh, a girl who was impregnated by a cartel leader.
Okay.
Kind of like that movie American Violence, or no, not History of Violence. Eastern Promises. Eastern Promises.
With
Where
Viggo
that
Mortensen?
huh?
Is
Yeah,
that with
yeah,
the?
yeah.
Oh man, that was a great one. Yeah, I haven't seen that one in a while. Great movie.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
basically the premises is basically this prostitute's baby is this this key evidence to this gang leader who raped this prostitute.
Okay.
Basically, that's exactly who she is. She's this cartel leader's daughter, but she doesn't really know it
Okay.
because
I
she was
like
raised
that.
under witness protection, but she's a cop now.
Okay. Nice. I like that, man. That's a good story right there. I mean, born out of conflict. I like the whole. It's like the Star Wars thing. With Luke. It's like he's such this cool dude. He's getting trained, and you realize like he's got this dark history in his lineage, right? Something like that.
Exactly,
Yeah, nice. I
exactly.
like it. That's always a good. That's always a good arc. I like that one. Hey, brother, give me 1 second. I just gotta run to the take a piss. I'll be right back.
Of course, I understand.
Okay, back in action, brother.
I see. Hang on, I'm doing some weed crack real quick.
Okay.
It's not crack. It's just marijuana. Just looks
Oh,
like
dude,
crack.
smoke away, my friend. It's funny because I got whatever, man. It's like I'm obviously online, and my daughter is a sweetheart, and I don't brag to her, talk about my days, of partying, but yeah, definitely. I'm a big advocate for cannabis, man. It's ridiculous the bad rap it gets. The only legal drug is alcohol. My father was a big proponent of it, and it killed him. So, if he would have been a cannabis smoker, my life would have been very different. I imagine, and I'm not complaining about my life either. I've lived a very blessed life,
Right, right.
but God gave us the cannabis plant, just like He gave us wine. It's like, hey, man. Uh, with me,
Yeah,
my religious thing, it's like I ask forgiveness for everything. But I don't sweat the small stuff. I just try and avoid the big stuff. you know. Uh, and yeah, cannabis has so many medicinal benefits. It's you know, it's a great way to relax and great medical aid for a lot of people. And shit, it's never killed anybody in my life as far as what I mean. I've seen other friends pass away from hard drugs and shit, but
you're preaching to the choir, friend. Look at me. You can't see it. Oh, you see him?
yeah. Well, I can see your head.
Yeah, you see those scratches?
Yeah, I can see him a little bit there.
Look at me. I'm just an idiot with a bad haircut. I need that marijuana.
Well, dude, you do the same as my roommate, man. He just takes the clippers and just does the buzz.
That's what I do.
Yeah, well, I use just I always keep my hair short, but at my age, man, I'm just happy I still have the hair I have. So I'm actually 47, brother. So I actually I'm gonna keep this until it gets too thin, and then I'm gonna just Kojak it.
You got to be grateful for that. You know, if I grew my hair out, I look like one of those motherfuckers from To Catch a Predator, and I'm like 10 years younger than you.
No, you look good. You look good with the ball look, man. It doesn't work on some people, but it does on most. And yeah, you look fine with it, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dude, the one thing with me is, man, because of my baby face, I've never been able to have long hair, like in the back. I never liked it anyways because I was, I'm basically just, I used to be in athletics and martial arts, so you'd sweat and stuff, and it's just easier to have short hair, man, because it keeps the sweat in your eyes and out of your eyes. But I would look ridiculous with long hair in the back because I got the baby face. I look like a fucking bitch. So I've never been able. A lot of my friends, when I grew up, I was a kid in the '80s. They'd be into the hair metal and stuff, and Iron Maiden, and I like the music, man. But I'd wear the T-shirts like with them and stuff, but I couldn't grow the hair like they did, brother, because it just looked too silly.
Trust me, people thought I.
What? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Some people care about their age. I would just, I'm trying like just figure out what your childhood, what era.
Oh, I'm 35, dude. We're about.
Okay, cool.
You got 10 years ahead of me, but it's about the
Okay.
same. I mean,
All right. So you're like
I was on the
you're,
edge. I mean, people
you're more
call
like
me a millennial. Huh?
like a '90s. So you're more like a '90s kid.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Um,
'90s
yeah,
was fun, bro. How about it, right? Right
yeah,
before right before 2001, right before the whole world changed forever. Like it was good times, man. It was for me.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I was still in high school. I mean, that was the first time I got my driver's license. I mean, 9/11 wasn't that much of a big deal because, my mother didn't let me fucking fly a plane till I was fucking 17 or 18 anyways. So, going
You
through
flew
the
a
tech.
plane?
Huh?
You talk about flying in a plane?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, I haven't flown a lot. I've flown a couple times, but I've driven cross country. I mean, a few times, and obviously, I was a car salesman for oh gosh, about 15 years. So I do dealer trades and stuff, and we take cars out, out of state, and yeah, I've been to California twice. Back in the '90s, and it was beautiful, man. Northern California, I should say. Yeah, and I was staying in Los Gatos, which is in the mountains. I don't know if you ever heard of Los Gatos. but it's basically like,
I've only been to Susanville. That's the northest I've been in
well, you said
California.
you're in San Diego.
Yeah,
Huh?
I lived in San Diego. I lived
Okay.
in Orange County.
All right. So that's Southern California, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. So I've only been in Northern, but man, it was beautiful, man. Los Gatos is outside of San Francisco in the mountains, and it's like one of the richest communities. I mean, it's basically like Bel Air, like as far as like millionaires living next door to each other, but they're all in the mountains up there. And I
you
went
got
to Santa
redwoods up
Cruz.
there.
Yeah, dude, I went to Santa Cruz. Yeah, I just stayed out there with some friends. My friend's brother lived out there. He had married this rich woman, and she lived in Los Gatos. So we spent the week out there, and like he took us to Santa Cruz and San Jose and all through San Francisco, and it was just beautiful, man. I'd actually like to see Southern California just to see it. I got some cousins out there, but I've never been. Um, but then again, I see, on the news now, you see all this stuff and they make it look like it's just, terrible there with people shitting on the sidewalks, right?
You're not
But
missing out on much. It was beautiful when Schwarzenegger was there, to be honest.
yeah,
And it went to hell when Newsroom went there. I was there during the butt of it, and I was there just recently. I went to Mission Valley.
okay,
Daytime, it's okay because that's when everybody's out.
yeah,
But right when the sun goes down, all the homeless people come out and take their fucking clothes off and
really.
run into the water like fucking roaches. It's like, what the fuck is going on here?
I guess it's the only way they can bathe, right? Must be something about taking, they
But
don't have a shower to use. At
but
least
even
they're, at least,
back in the day, personal experience, that controversy about those black guys getting arrested at a Starbucks for soliciting and being denied using the bathroom for not paying.
yeah, I heard
And
about it. Yeah.
San Diego used to charge at some places using the bathroom. You know why? Because motherfuckers would just come into their fucking bathrooms and just shit all over the place and rub their shit all over the fucking walls. You know how fucking horrible that is for surfers? I used to try to go surfing around there and change my wetsuit in those places. And walk
Oh,
into that thing and their shit just splattered everywhere like a damn. You know that scene from the original Candyman where they're just fucking shit splattered all over the bathroom, but it's well lit? This is
yeah, I know
fucking
exactly what
dark,
you're talking
dude. This is fucking dark. And there's
about.
shit splattered everywhere.
I know exactly what you're talking about, man. That's a good comparison to the scene.
And that was 10 years ago, man. That was 10 years ago. And that was
You know,
that was post Obama.
yeah, well, listen, man, everything you see about Chicago on the news, right? I mean, it's funny because, yeah, okay, Chicago, you got segregated neighborhoods. You got like a nice, upper class neighborhoods, and then you got really bad hardcore ghetto areas. But the suburbs are paradise. There's no shootings out here. Where on the south side suburbs. Like south side Chicago, yeah. But once you get in the suburb areas, I mean, it's very peaceful out here. I mean, shit goes down, of course, but still, it's like unless you go into the city, and I'm talking about like through the rough areas of the city. It's not like everybody's getting shot. Like the way they put on the news, yeah, everybody's getting shot because it's just gang wars. It's the gangbangers fighting over fucking turf, just like they do everywhere else. But just in Chicago, man, like they just, I don't know why they just seem to just be afraid of. I just think they just make so much money. The gangs pay off they pay off who they got to pay off, and they're
Well,
just
call it
allowed to move.
organized crime for a reason.
Yeah, man. I mean, I got an uncle that's he's a retired sergeant from Chicago PD, and I've had my issues with cops, brother. Believe me, man. Like I know when people talk about cops being dicks, I get it. But like my uncle, like he worked a beat. He never he walked a beat. He only wrote one DUI in his life, and the guy begged him for it. So I mean, he was one of those cool cops where he was too busy, like, he was working like Cabrini Green and like getting shot at and like stopping people from, killing each other over, family squabbles and stuff, and in the very very crime-ridden areas. And I used to do construction and rehab in those areas myself, and I saw some pretty crazy shit. But once you left that four square block area, man, it was like being in a different world, because the cops of each town out here, they patrol hardcore, and they can tell, man, in the suburbs, if the gangbangers, they come out here, they get pulled over in 3 seconds, and they always got shit on them, and they just go right to jail, and they get pushed back out. So in Chicago, the bigger problem is just the taxes and the corrupt politicians. Um, and yeah, you can't own a gun in Chicago, brother, but right, across the city limit, you can. I mean, so it's ridiculous because it's like you don't have to go to Indiana. You can just go to freaking anywhere outside the city limits in Illinois, and
Preaching to the choir, sir.
yeah.
Nevada's kind of the same kind of weird area. Like the inside of, well, different. Have you ever been to Las Vegas before?
No, like I said, I just drove through Nevada once, coming back to California, and we went to Reno, but I miss Vegas. I would love to go there, though, man. I would love to
All
see
right.
it.
You got to think of Las Vegas as kind of a theme park. The Strip is the
Yeah.
Disneyland part. The rest of the part is just living quarters for everybody who fucking works here to fucking put everything together for your entertainment when you fly here and
Right.
enjoy your experience.
A lot of
So,
service centers. Yeah.
so you got this suburban area, but that's where everything works at. So you're living next door to pimps, serial killers, murderers, rapists. So
Sure.
you got these neighborhoods that are constantly being sold, and a lot of the population, believe it or not, is Asian because a lot of fucking rich Asian families are coming out here and buying out properties and buying out businesses. It's not
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
it's not a
No,
racist thing. It's just it is what it is. They save a lot of money. They immigrate out here, and then they invest in a lot of businesses.
yeah, brother, man. Like I said, man. I mean, my sister-in-law is Chinese. Her parents moved here from China, to get away from the communism bullshit over there when she was 12, and when she married my brother, who he has a heating and air conditioning business. He does very well. He has a nice, huge, very well. He's very well off. Let's just say, and they have a beautiful house. And her grand her parents from China live there with them and help them with the kids. And they came here with honest means, and they opened up a Korean grocery store, saved up, you bought a house, bought some property, and did well. I mean, Asians, I respect their culture very much, man. They don't play. The only thing
Oh,
that sucks is,
exactly.
yeah, the communism is the thing that sucks. It's just like, man, if they could just get rid of the commies over there, you know.
Who cares? They come out to their country and they invest in good movies. I mean, pretty much the stuff they made is pretty much good enough. They produce in. I don't mind it.
Yeah, just that's the thing. I've heard all the horror stories. I mean, our government's done some horrible shit too, man. But just communism, it's like fuck, dude. It's they got the guns, you don't, and you say anything bad that they don't like, and you disappear, and that's no way to fucking raise a family, man.
Yeah,
Um,
just let them change their ways out there. Fuck them.
yeah,
if
right.
they want our stuff so bad, they got to change to be us. Why do we got to fucking accommodate them? Fuck them.
Well, yeah, the thing is, it's a thing. It's like we got sold out, man. It was like I was a kid in the '80s, and the big fear was the USSR in America, right? And like I was going nuclear war, right, and all that shit. And then finally, the Berlin Wall falls, and they're like communism, and Russia, ended the Communist Party, and they became, open and free trade. And then we abandoned them, and then we just exported all of our jobs to China for slave labor, and that comes back to bite you,
That's fucked
comes,
up.
comes back to bite you in the ass. So yeah, of course, China, man. I mean, they're hardworking, and yeah, they're smart and they're resourceful, and yeah, like I said, they have a very rich history, but man, once Mao got in there, man, with his so-called revolution, it was revolutionary. Right? He just murdered and massacred everybody who, believed in freedom and a free government. And they've had a stronghold ever since. So,
Yeah, that's
my
a damn shame.
yeah, but I respect their culture a lot, man. And I like to go there one day. I like to see the world. I love to go to China. I love to see all the beautiful artwork and culture over there. It's I've seen it on documentaries. Um, I've seen a lot of stuff on Vegas, man. But like I'm sure it's way different, right, from like what you see in the movies and then actually living there, right? So like,
No, not really.
really?
That fucking the one movie, that remake, that was pretty good with that
Which one?
dead dude. That remake, Fright Night, Fright Night. Even
Oh,
though
dude,
it wasn't filmed in Vegas, it
okay.
depicted Vegas pretty well.
Did you like that remake?
It was okay. I mean, at least for what they
Yeah.
did something completely different because the '80s one was basically a fucking cartoon, like a comic cartoon, which was awesome.
Yeah,
And
the
the
80s one is a classic. Right.
yeah,
I myself enjoyed the remake. I mean, I actually was surprised. Like, Fright Night for me is one of my. I'm a horror. I'm a movie nut, and I love horror movies. And I saw Fright Night Part Two in a theater, if you can believe that, man. So that's just like something that's funny. A lot of people
that's
don't even know
cool.
it's Fright Night Part Two. Yeah, I love Fright Night Part Two. I thought it was actually underrated. I thought it was still very
I never
entertaining.
knew there was a Fright Night Part Two.
Dude, really? Oh, dude, Gargoyle, bro, you gotta rent that, dude. You gotta check it out, man. It's
I'll check it out. I swear.
you yeah, man. I mean, it's Peter Vincent and I the actor's name. I forget the character's name at the moment, but it's them two again. Except now
You
he's in
don't
college.
you don't have to convince me anymore. I have to clear my palate over the Star Wars. Uh,
Star Wars, boy, man. There's a lot of talk to be heard there.
I went right through that. Well, we can cover that later. Whatever tangent you were going on about the Fright Night too, but you're preaching to the choir. I got to clear my palate anyway. So
Right. Yeah, no, I was just thinking like if you're a big fan of the, I don't ever, I try not to spoil anything, and I won't spoil. But I'm just saying, like, if you're a fan of the original, like I am, you will definitely be pleased with the sequel, very much.
I
I'm
enjoy.
actually like shocked that it doesn't get, better. Yeah, it's the
I
same thing. Like, how Exorcist three, everybody now is discovering how great a movie it was, and it was the same for me, man. Like I saw Exorcist 3 in the theater, and the first Exorcist, freaked the shit out of me as a kid, like most people, not all people. But the second one was so stupid, I was like, yeah, okay, that's all. But then the third one it's not the same as the first, but it's still a great movie in its own.
yeah. I remember trying to read the book when I was a senior in high school. It was called Legion, The Exorcist 3.
That's what Exorcist 3. Yeah, the movie is they changed it from the novel a bit, but it's still pretty faithful to the book because it's directed by William Peter Blatty, who
Yeah,
wrote Legion. So yeah, he wrote Exorcist, but Friedkin directed Exorcist, and for Exorcist 3, Blatty wrote and directed it, where Friedkin didn't. So I was
that's
amazed at how great it was.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's kind of interesting because Clive Barker did the same thing with Hellraiser.
yeah. I read The Exorcist. I read William Peter Blatty's novel of it. I loved it, and I got into Stephen King hardcore. Clive Barker, man, not so much. I had a hard time, like some people, I should say. But when I saw his movies, I loved the movies. The movies were just, visually just so gross and so out there, man. I mean, it was an experience.
Well, the
Um,
biggest change, which was interesting, and this was Clive Barker's own change from his book to a movie, was Pinhead, who was called the Priest, was a female in the book.
Really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's a
Um,
big deal, and I've saw that on the YouTube show. That was a huge change, and of course, another huge change was, and it was kind of weird. It was never mother and daughter. Basically, it was all a bunch of a college couple and a friend, two girls and a dude.
Okay.
So that's why the "come to daddy" thing sounded so weird.
It's been a while since I saw the first, Hellraiser. I haven't watched, the Hellraiser movies in a while, but I still have two graphic novels from when I was a kid. I still have my comics when I was a kid, and there was two graphic novels, written by Clive Barker and approved by him. I don't know if you ever seen those, or have you ever read those, the graphic novels?
No.
They're really cool. Pinhead's in one of them. He's not in the other one, but yeah, it gets into the lore of all of it. I think Clive Barker, he's kind of like he was inspired by Lovecraft a lot. Basically a lot of dimensional type of stuff, interdimensional type of demonic monsters. Yeah, I mean, I guess everybody was kind of inspired by Lovecraft, right? Him and Poe.
H.P. Lovecraft is awesome, though.
Yeah, absolutely. H.P. Lovecraft. I mean, that guy. I mean, basically, he he wasn't really known, I guess, until after he died. Apparently, like his stuff didn't come out until after he died. And one of the he was friends with the original Conan guy. Was it E. Howard Hunt?
Who?
The original author of Conan the Barbarian is, I think his name is E. Howard Hunt, but I could be wrong.
E. Howard Hunt, right?
Yeah, right? Is that him? Yeah,
no,
I believe
I'm
that's
just
him.
making sure you said it right instead of something I think you said. I think I've already had 4 shots of fireballs.
Okay. Yeah, no, but yeah, the story I heard was that like Lovecraft and Hunt, if I'm correct, I think his name was like E. Howard Hunt, right? And him and H.P. Lovecraft were both pen pals, and they both liked each other's works. And they were friends with another writer who ended up writing, I think, Psycho. And then he actually, after Lovecraft passed away, kept putting Lovecraft stuff out there, and that's how people caught on to how great it was. So Lovecraft he died of stomach cancer very painfully. He walked around with the stomach tumor, and he didn't go to a doctor until it was way too late. And then so he never got to live to see how successful he would become. And that's why you see so many Lovecraft movies, because it's open domain. There's no estate where it's copyrighted. So that's why you can see so many people making H.P. Lovecraft movies and independent films, because you don't got to pay royalties to the a estate. It's open domain. So that's cool.
Damn. Is that why? Huh?
Oh, so I was gonna say, I just watched. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's called "Color Out of Space," based on the H.P. Lovecraft short story, and it's with Nicolas Cage.
I gotta check it out now.
Dude, it is so good.
Seen it. I mean, I didn't see it, but I've seen the poster for it. I wasn't sure what it was.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the movie Mandy, but it's from the same producer.
No.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, bro, Mandy, it's got this beautiful visual style. Mandy, it's also starring Nick Cage. It's just one of these new groundbreaking horror movies where visually, like, they use these, they use some like real graphic arts and artistry and some animation intertwined, and it's very just dark and moody and terrifying, and it's an experience, man. And then Color Out of Space is from the same producer and same people, pretty much. Color Out of Space, bro. It's like John Carpenter's The Thing meets, I don't know. I crossed over with Mandy, but you'd have to see Mandy, I guess, to get that reference. But if you like John Carpenter's The Thing, dude, which most people do,
Hmm.
You're gonna like Colorado Space.
John Carpenter was the shit. He was one of my biggest inspirations back in the way back.
Yeah, me too, right? I loved him, man. Big Trouble in Little China. When people ask me like my favorite movie, I can never give him a number one, but I always say Big Trouble in Little China and The Thing are definitely on my top 10. You know, I
Yeah,
just you can rewatch those movies over and over again and never get tired of them.
yeah, it's
And I
nice.
like the other stuff too, man. The Fog scared the shit out of me when I was a kid, man. Prince of Darkness, man. Didn't understand it when I was a kid, but it creeped me out.
But
Um,
he had a great concept of design too, even in his directorial, his set pieces. He was just, even during that time, it was a good time to appreciate.
yes, he was groundbreaking, man. It's like he got appreciated. It seemed like later, like The Thing didn't make that much money at the box office. It wasn't considered a success. Um,
But he was
but
competing with E.T., and it's the same thing now as it is back then. You had these people who were paying for their families, and they had to
hmm
buy popcorn for everybody. They had to buy tickets for everybody. They had to buy drinks for everybody. And it
yeah,
was either E.T. or the Thing.
that's right. It came out at the same time as ET, didn't it? Yeah,
Yep.
because I didn't see The Thing until it came out on VHS, but I was blown away. But yeah, that's a terrible movie to go up against because ET, man. I remember seeing that as a kid, and there was lines wrapped on the theater, so that was a bad bad movie to open up against. And in retrospect, of course I liked ET, but The Thing is, definitely a better movie. I mean, ET's a kids' family movie, but still, like, yeah,
That
the
was
special effects design. You're right. The creature work, like on The Thing. Um, that's the thing. It's hard
incredible.
for me too. Yeah. Um, like with CGI now, how like they don't do the creature effects and they don't do the puppet effects now. It's everything CGI. I
You
really
ever
like
you ever watch that
directors like
channel,
Guillermo del
Good
Toro.
Bad Flicks?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I love that channel.
He actually covered the Thing remake, how they actually tried to use animatronics even on the sequel, but the producer was like, no, use CG. Sorry.
I know that pissed me off, man. I want to see that version. I want to see that the director's cut without the CGI to see what that would have looked like. Because I actually did enjoy the sequel prequel, right? I did
Yeah.
enjoy it. Of course, I was disappointed like about the CGI, but still, like I didn't think it was bad as see. That's the thing. It wasn't John Carpenter directing it. He produced it though, so he got paid. That's what he
That
said about
theme
it.
sucked.
Yeah, he's like, I got paid, man. Like with all his properties now, Halloween, he gets cut a nice check, and he doesn't got to deal with the Hollywood bureaucracy.
You
That's his
know,
problem.
John. Oh, sorry. Did you know John Carpenter did the music for the new Halloween movie? I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that. That's awesome. I mean, that's his other thing, man. He's a Renaissance man, right? That's the thing. I mean, he does his own score. Like, he directs, he writes, right, he does the music. I love that 80 cent stuff he does, man. It's just those simple notes, yeah, like the Halloween score he did. I mean, so simple but yet so effective, right?
Yep.
I think
Yep.
that's what I think that's what all artists kind of yearn for, right? Just something that cuts right to the core and just gets you, reaches out and grabs you. Um, that's what people like, anyways. I mean, so John Carpenter is a master of doing that. And whatever he does, he just he just has that perfect talent for just getting right to the core of it, man. Just and just giving you just a a roller coaster ride. With not just the effects, but the story as well. You care about his characters. You know what I mean? Uh,
Yeah.
Not every movie, of course. Like Ghost of Mars, it was kind of silly, but I still enjoyed it.
It
But
was
yeah,
it was goofy. But anyways, you were going on Guillermo del Toro, who was another inspirational director of mine. I really
yeah,
appreciate that guy.
I love Guillermo. Exactly. Yeah, he does this thing where he does a balance, where he uses a blend of CGI with puppetry, and that's why his shit is so fucking badass. because he knows that's a thing. If it's all CGI, it's harder to suspend disbelief. And if it's all puppet, then it looks predated. So by blending the two, that's why you get that very realistic you know effect that he has in all of his films.
Yeah.
With Hellboy, when Ron Perlman was fighting, the monsters in Hellboy, they were talking about during the dailies. They were like, "How did you CGI in the tentacles flapping around the back of his head?" And he's like, "Those aren't CGI; those are real." So that's just how convincing it was.
I also
I
like
really,
Guillermo del Toro because he's funny as fuck. He's
yeah,
kind of
he
like
is.
he's kind of like Caesar in a way because he just like he talks shit about how fat he is.
Yeah, 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 man. I mean, yeah, the guy loves life, man. He, I would love to see him do a Star Wars. I mean, can you imagine
Mm,
him
damn.
being him in Star Wars? Like that guy could do something really great with that property. Which,
He was about to direct Halo with under Peter Jackson, and that was
no,
shit.
I don't.
That was years and years ago. That was originally going to happen. Peter Jackson wrote the script and was going to produce it. Del Toro was going to direct.
Oh no, shit! What happened?
It just got shit canned in the
Yeah.
beginning. This was when nobody wanted to take risks. This was when they were having Avengers up in the shelves. Everything was up in the shelves. This was before Disney owned everything.
Yeah. Um, Probably they wanted, of course, also Peter Jackson to do the Hobbit movies, right? Because they were such a moneymaker for
Yeah,
the
this
Lord.
was when The Hobbit was still in post. This is right when Lord of the Rings ended.
Yeah, I'm basically like, Peter Jackson, Guillermo del Toro, all the directors that everybody, usually loves. I love those guys. I love their work. There's a couple directors that people don't give a lot of mention to, like John Borman, man. I love John Borman. He doesn't get a lot of credit.
Which one was
Excalibur.
Excalibur?
John Borman. Excalibur was one. He directed Deliverance with Burt Reynolds. Okay.
Oh, okay, Excalibur, the '80s one. Okay, okay.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I
80s one.
love that movie.
Right? Yeah, dude. I was just watching it about a year ago. I hadn't seen it since I was a kid, and I was amazed at how much I still loved it. I loved it more watching it as an adult, and I was amazed at how well it was done, considering back in the time. Like there was no sets like that, CGI sets. Like what he did with um, just that film is amazing. And yeah, it's got Liam Neeson in it. It's got Helen Mirren, and it's got
The
uh,
guy who played as
Patrick
Cagliostro
Stewart.
in Spawn, whatever his name is.
Um, and then so John Borman also directed The Emerald Forest, which is a great movie. It was very well like praised in the 80s, by the critics. Not a huge box office success, but just a fascinating, great movie by John Borman. And then so yeah, and then his big flop, what ended Borman's run was he did Exorcist 2, which was just a piece of shit. I don't know what went wrong there. But between Deliverance, Excalibur, and the Emerald Forest, I mean, those are three great movies. And he also did another one called Zardoz with Sean Connery. That's a silly, weird sci-fi movie, but has a
Is
cult
that
following.
the one where he's wearing some S&M outfit?
Yeah, he's wearing like a loincloth. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's, it's a bizarre movie, man. Bizarre movie. Um, I think it's like Sean Connery. He's got like a ponytail and he's wearing like red leotards. But dude, the plot is so fucked up. It's just like it's one of these movies you're just watching. Like I don't know what I'm watching, but I can't look away. And
Serbian
then
film fucked up.
yeah, yeah, um, yeah, absolutely, man. Oh gosh, geez, that one. What did you think about that one?
I only read the highly detailed synopsis where he rapes his kid while filming and what was it, strangles him or something. I was
Yeah,
horrified every word I read after that. I was like, ah. And
yeah,
I've read some horrifying shit.
right. Yeah, for me, man, it's like I like horror, but I don't like torture porn. I think it's like,
Me either.
like yeah, like the Saw movies. I like the first Saw, but
Mhm.
I mean, that's definitely like torture porn, right? But then everybody copied it and just tried to see who could outdo each other with sadism, and that's not, to me, creative. That's just trying to one up each other on shock.
Well, after the
Um,
Harvey Weinstein things, it all started kind of making sense.
yeah, that's true. Good point. Yeah. But yeah, even like Rob Zombie, man, like with his movies,
Mhm.
um, there's a lot of that in there too. It's like, I listen, I get these guys are evil and they work for the devil. It's like you don't need to extend the scene out to 5 minutes of them, flaying somebody, man. It's like we get
Well,
it. You know,
31 just plain sucked.
yeah, but
I
it did
thought
suck, man. Everybody told me not to watch it, and I get everything for free anyways with my setup. So, I checked it out. Well, I have Netflix. And I'm just saying, like, it was on one of my free things, like Tubi or something, and I watched it, and I was just like, yeah, I get why people didn't like this. Just a bad movie.
it was like, are you fucking kidding me? Fucking, there's a table right there. Four of you can fucking grab fucking heavy shit and throw something at these motherfuckers with chainsaws. Ooh.
Right. And how about would you really be stopping to eat, knowing that those fuckers laid out the dish for you? Like,
Right.
remember when they cannibalizing their friend? It's like, did you really think that they were gonna feed you?
Well, I mean, if anybody knows barbecuing, how long does it
Mhm.
take you to barbecue ribs? Where the fuck do they barbecue ribs within fucking 6 hours?
Yeah, yeah, bro. And I don't think I've seen. If I did, it was so bad I don't remember. Maybe some of it, but Devil's Reject, the third Devil's Rejects movie.
I
Have
didn't
you
even
seen that?
waste my time with that shit, man. I'll be
Yeah,
honest. It's on uh, demand. You don't want the shit.
yeah, dude. I was amazed. Like, even like hardcore zombie fans were just like, it sucks. Um, yeah, but the first two, man, the first two of those were good movies, man. The first two were good horror movies. Something new. It was a pretty dark time, dark era for horror movies, man. And
I defended Halloween too, left and right.
yeah, yeah, I thought, basically, yeah, I thought he did a Rob Zombie Halloween, and it was what I expected. He didn't piss me off with it. I mean, I actually think he was actually trying to be pretty true to the original spirit of it. But of course, it's nothing. It's never going to be as good as John Carpenter. Um, yeah, I mean, sure. It's like, who can be perfection. Like Halloween is the quintessential horror movie that everybody loves.
Yeah.
Um, it's like I think when they take the surveys every Halloween, like the top 10 favorite Halloween films, Halloween, like an Exorcist, always wind up in the top, you know, one or two, right? Now
Well,
that's
Mike
changed with
Myers is
millennium.
one of the most iconic slashers, along with Jason Voorhees.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And that was the thing too about being a kid of the '80s. That was fun, bro, because I got to be a kid and see like those movies for the first time. Cable was brand new. Like my friends on the block just got HBO, and Friday the 13th Part 3 came on, and we'd watch Dawn of the Dead and all that great shit. And it was first time. Like nobody had. It's so weird looking back now. They're all considered classics, and you get used to it. But I remember like just being a kid, man, in the '80s, we got Ghostbusters, we got Back to the Future, we got Star Wars. Like every summer was just something great, and lots of great stuff in between. And then in the '90s, there was a lot of great stuff, but Tarantino kind of changed the whole thing because with Pulp Fiction, then Hollywood went a lot to the independent, kind of more beefed, better dialogue kind of movies, right? Like like '90s, basically like the big budget movies of the '90s weren't. I don't think up to the same kind of par as they were the '80s, but no, I guess I could be wrong on that. Basically just a stream of hits in the '80s, like Ghostbusters, right? Poltergeist, right? Like Halloween in the '70s, but even in the '80s, like the sequels were still doing great, like Halloween 4, 5, right? Um, and then
Yeah.
in the '90s, you still had some great movies, but obviously after a streak like that, it's gonna slow down a bit. And then I felt like, when I saw Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, man, I got reinvigorated, and it got me pumped into movie watching again, you know. And obviously, with what he did with the CGI on Lord of the Rings, yeah, that just blew me away. I was like, oh, this is so cool. Like, I finally understood, like, with CGI, because when it's done well, it's done well. And then, Lord of the Rings really showed everybody, like how cool it could be. Peter Jackson. I mean, like, look at how well those movies still hold up, right? It's amazing.
Yeah. Even
It's
Star Wars Episode 1, even how bad it was, thinking about it now,
yeah.
seeing the lightsaber just go through the steel door and him sawing through that was like, oh my god, you didn't see
Uh,
that if you had original ones. That's pretty cool.
yeah, very cool. Man, my favorite one of the prequels was Revenge of the Sith. I was always waiting to see the showdown with Palpatine, man. And dude, I mean, when I was watching it and I realized we're gonna see Palpatine and Yoda fight, I mean, dude, forget it, man. I was like, you know, nerd boner, man. I was like, Palpatine's gonna fight Yoda, no shit. And then when Palpatine whipped out a lightsaber, forget about it, man. That was awesome because I never thought I'd see him with a lightsaber. Right? I just figured he'd just do the lightning shit. And I mean, Revenge of the Sith, man, really, I thought that was just one of the best Star Wars movies. I really loved it. I mean, I love the first three, and then Sith is definitely like my fourth favorite. I love Sith. It
Yeah,
answered all my questions.
yeah, I
And
like
then and then came the Force Awakens.
yeah, which was a New Hope remake.
Yeah, and I was like a lot of people, man. Like, I was like, I call out the shit that annoyed me about, like, how her just being she was like, just badass with absolutely no training, and she beat Kylo Ren. I'm like, this is silly, like she didn't even get a scratch, but she fucked him up and all this stupid shit. And Luke, you know, was not in it except for literally 10 seconds, right?
Yep.
But they left you with that big hope and that big cliffhanger, and then we all know what happened after that. But as time went by and I watched The Force Awakens, I saw more and more. Just boy, that was just my love of Star Wars was blinding me to how bad it was. You know?
Yeah, I I try to like The Force Awakens. I was like, oh my god, this is so awesome. I thought but I was like, man, this is just through and through the New Hope, but going straight to Return of the Jedi, and everybody's well aware of it. And then they had that obvious Empire Strikes Back scene where, spoiler alert, Kylo Ren kills Han Solo.
Yeah, right.
And I was just like, oh, really? Really?
I mean,
And then instead of having Finn becoming the Jedi, which would have been fucking awesome, they had no point and no struggle with Ray. Ray just comes in the desert, like they have her completely ignored. And you know, and then when then when the whole twist comes up, it's just like, okay, so
yeah, right. I mean, yeah, the new characters, they could have been, good. They wrote them horribly, and they didn't give us the old characters enough. I mean, people went to see those movies to see, what happened, with Han, Luke, and Leia, and we didn't want to find out that they all just went to shit for no really good reason and just became well, we just defeated, we just saved the galaxy together. Let's I'll go off and I don't know, man. I'll train some Jedi's, but not doesn't work out, so I'm gonna go be a hermit. And then of course Han is like I just saved the galaxy and I married a princess, but I'm gonna go back and be a pirate with Chewie. Like what the fuck, you
Mm-hmm.
know?
Yeah, that was stupid too. Like out of nowhere, his ship is just in the middle of this planet. Out of nowhere, they don't look, and they're in this big ass ship
Right.
that can pick up the ships the sizes of Millennium Falcons. Like, how many ships can they fucking hold in there? Like, they can literally fucking light speed in that fucking spaceship with fucking monsters on that ship. But yet they couldn't find the Millennium Falcon on a fucking planet.
Yeah, right.
You
I know.
just made me think of that. You just made me think of that.
Yeah, it was just laying there with the keys in it, and right, like it was just laying out there, and then Ray and Finn can just hop in there and fly it away, and like whoever had it, right, was it just left it there for anybody to steal. Like what? And how did Ray know how to fly that thing? Just the Force just teaches you how to fly, even without any training.
And then you find out what George Lucas had for Finn, which was way better, which was way more amazing.
Yeah.
Like Finn literally watches a bunch of rebels be like, they literally took the scene in the Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and it was supposed to be for the Force Awakens.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And and that was supposed to be where Finn chooses not to be a stormtrooper anymore, because Finn was still supposed to be a clone or something.
Right. Yeah, he could have basically he could have had a great arc as well, but they chose to just make him comic relief.
Well, they chose to make him Jar Jar Binks again.
Yeah, basically, almost, man, I summed it up. To me, like the Star Wars, the last 3 movies are literally just Kathleen Kennedy got billions of dollars to make a feminist revenge porn fantasy. She hated, Luke Skywalker, and she hated Han Solo, right? And she hated all these male Jedi's lightsabers, right? These phallic symbols. So she's going to go in there and make all the guys be clunk heads, and the women are all, masculine, and the guys are kind of dopey idiots, and yeah, just typical SJW garbage,
Well, the women are worse than fucking masculine. It's not even that. They're just robots.
Right. Good point. Yeah.
There's that scene with Poe. Instead of making him gay, they just decide, let's just have him this love interest with this girl with no face, with just her eyes. And then there's this scene at the end where he's like, how about you and me? And it's like, okay, Poe's gonna get laid. And she's like, no. Where she just gives him this coin, which is pointless in the entire plot, where it's like, okay, maybe she's going to forgive him, and then all of a sudden you think she dies because the planet fucking blows up. I don't care about ruining this plot, because this movie fucking sucks.
Yeah, bro, I'm still trying to process The Rise of Skywalker, man. My buddy and me, we refuse to see
this part to you, is that this chick that Poe supposedly had relations with has this coin. She first wants to kill him, then all of a sudden forgives him, right?
Yeah, I know the scene. Yeah.
Coin that's a MacGuffin. You know how good this MacGuffin is? It conveniently gets him anywhere all of a sudden when he needs to escape this planet that's inhabited with all these fucking motherfucking stormtrooper motherfuckers who are trying to kill them, who are looking for specifically them. So this coin is specifically perfect for them to avoid a fucking destroyer close by to get into, to get into some other MacGuffin to escape in, and some shit to, them to get another MacGuffin. But I mean, the
Yeah,
whole point is all of a sudden in the end they get the villains get the shit to destroy their planet. So you think this bitch who gives it fucking Poe this coin is dead, and she doesn't even give him the pussy, and you don't even see this bitch's fucking face. She's like
well,
a
you
fucking
can't have that.
robot that wants
You
to
can't
fuck.
have that. You can't have that, right, El Gargoyle? Because that would be just the male gaze, getting rewarded, right? If he actually got some poontang. Give me a
Well,
break.
to somebody, this is nobody. All you think is that this is a woman. There's nothing underneath. You don't even see a face. You just see eyes.
Yeah, right.
She's
You're
wearing a
talking about
fucking helmet and visor.
yeah, right. That's Carrie Russell, right? Who played her.
Yes, yes. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, see, dude, I saw Rise of Skywalker just on a pirate, you know, and it was, I will not give my money to Disney. I won't. I'm not going to support them. They're a bunch of fucking degenerates. You know what I mean? They're basically pro pedophile. I don't care what anybody says. Disney fucking hires and accepts and accepts kids being raped. There's just it's just a fact, man. They've had pedophiles in their fucking organization arrested for that crime numerous times, and they don't get rid of them. You know what I mean? So give me a break.
Speaking
So
of which,
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna. And then on top of that, they're gonna fucking say that you know, 40-year-old white dudes, just they're Disney like this shit's not for you. Well, guess what? I'm a 40-year-old white dude, so fine. I'm not gonna fucking give you your money. Good business plan there. You
but
know.
yet you're a bigot if you don't buy it.
Well, yeah, well that's fine. They can call me a bigot because I ain't gonna
I
buy it.
don't understand that one. They shame you for not buying it, but they say it's not for you, so don't buy it.
Well, that's just so funny because they tried it, but it didn't work. They lost about what $2 billion on the last Star Wars movie. It should have made about $3 billion. It barely made a billion. I don't even know if it made a billion.
Well,
And
that's the thing. That's the thing they did with Captain Marvel is they put $1 billion or $1 trillion in ticket sales themselves. So it's like, ha, see, it made them money. But it's like,
yeah,
isn't that your own money you spent on those tickets?
yeah. I saw, like I said, I saw Rise of Skywalker once, and it's such a hot mess. I mean, I didn't even try figuring it out. It's funny, like as you're talking to me about it, like after the like the burn I got from the Last Jedi, I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. I'm like, I'll watch it. EVS watched it, and he talked about, well, it's got a couple cool minutes of Luke, and you got Lando Calrissian back in there. So I'm like, I'm not going to give Disney my money, but I'll watch it just to see the wreck. Actually, I think we can both agree. Rise of Skywalker is probably more torture porn than Saw was. Fucking,
Yeah,
that's torture porn, right? Watching fucking your beloved Star Wars movie get destroyed by a bunch of fucking lunatics, man.
well, it was horrible to see the CGI Carrie Fisher. I was just like, why?
Wasn't that weird? That was so weird.
Yeah.
And I thought she looked more like Carrie Fisher in was it Rogue One?
Uh huh.
Remember when he just turns around and says hope, right? They didn't even do a good a job as they did in that. Like that looked like a young Carrie Fisher, It was
And
weird. But
and
Rise of Skywalker, she lifted up that helmet. I don't know who the fuck that artist was drawing, but it wasn't Carrie Fisher.
yeah, yeah, and the Han Solo hallucination was just stupid.
Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, if you're gonna bring back Harrison Ford, if you're gonna spend that money on Harrison, right, and bring him back, if actually convince him to, then bring him back for real, because we didn't want him dead. Like, dude, you don't have to kill off your heroes, man. Like, if you do, make it fucking absolutely necessary. And it's a
Yeah.
science fiction movie, so people can die and come back. Like, who cares? If it's not, it's amazing. Like they had so many, even though the Last Jedi was so bad, they did have a chance. I think Star Wars fans are very forgiving if you just respect, what they want. And I don't mean, of course, everybody wants something different, but basically, people wanted Luke to not fucking go out like that, and they wanted some closure, and they wanted you know yeah, we just we wanted we wanted Han and Luke and Leia to basically be the centerpiece of those movies, and have the new characters brought in, right? And like those characters, and then after episode 9 finished, then they could keep going, with the Skywalker Solo lineage, and then new ones. But they insisted on pushing the new characters on us first, and also doing the SJW garbage. And it's you know
Well, what
I can.
they should have done is instead of just try to do what they did with what they did is go with all the books and all the fucking Dark Horse material.
That's something I got to catch up on. I got a buddy who's got a gaming channel called I'm Not Creative 22, and he's read all the books, and I have not read the novels. I've read some of the comics, of course, and that, but I do want to read all the novels. My best friend, he's read them. I want to read about the old canon under Lucas. Where Luke and Mara Jade had kids, right? And you had the original storyline. At least we have that, right?
Right.
Maybe there's an animated. Maybe Disney will take the old George Lucas stories of what became of Luke and Han and Leia and those novels, and do an animated, feature. I think people would get behind that, right?
I would hope so, but who knows?
Did you read all those books? Did you read like the Star Wars books after the
I wasn't into Star Wars in my teenage years, to be honest. I kind of fell off and on with it. I like Shadow of the Empire.
A lot of people tell me that's a good one, Shadow of the Empire. Yeah. Well, yeah. It was just the first 3 movies were so great that basically you moved on, and then you were told, hey, in the future, Lucas is going to make more of them, and basically it was exciting. It was a long wait, but then in '99 we got Phantom Menace, and wasn't as good as some people wanted it to be, but it still was a huge success box office wise, as were the rest. And man, that's just so many channels, so many YouTube channels, so many people that love Star Wars that I talk to, just kind of just crush, man, because that's something special. It's something special from your childhood. You grow up, and I used to play with those action figures, man. I used to play with those toys, and I wanted to be Luke Skywalker, Christopher Reeve and Superman. Like, dude, when I was so little, when I saw the Superman movies of Christopher Reeve, I mean, I was blown away. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. Like, what kid didn't want to be Superman, right? Or Luke Skywalker. So yeah, when they're like, what's your problem? Like, why you guys so? It's just a movie. It's like, no, yeah, it is just a movie, of course, but it's like something that a property that we love, and you ruined it. Like, of course we're gonna be pissed, and we had good reasons for being pissed. It's like, it's not because we hate women. It's not because we don't want to see women Jedi or strong women characters. It's that they went nuts with the shit, and they tried to force bad characters down our throats, and it was just this kind of just silly, immature politics game they played, and just I don't know, man, too many cooks in the kitchen. Who knows? This whole mess will be dissected for years to come, I think.
Yeah.
Do you ever watch Mike Zero?
Who?
He's called Mike Zero. He's got a channel on Star Wars, like he's all Star Wars.
The
A lot of
only
people.
one I really followed was Robot Head. He's hilarious.
Yeah, EVS jokes about Mike Zero. We all make jokes, but he's a nice guy. But basically, he got really famous before Last Jedi came out. He would make all these speculative videos about Rey's, Palpatine. Actually, he called that one right, but like all the stuff that we were wondering before it was revealed to us. And anyways, Mike Zero, that's all he does is Star Wars videos, and he just did a video I watched today, where the writer of Rise of Skywalker admitted that it was Kathleen Kennedy who like forced the decision that Rey would be a Palpatine, and she said the fans wanted Rey to be a Skywalker so bad that's why she insisted that she take the name Skywalker. So instead of her just being Luke's daughter or something like that, she had to be Palpatine's freaking Frankenstein and just went to the space DMV and changed her name to Skywalker. That was Kathleen Kennedy's way to thank the fans. I mean, can you believe that shit?
So, yeah. Okay, so she's Palpatine's granddaughter, and she's clone granddaughter.
Yeah, one of many clones. I guess like the one that.
Yep. Yeah.
Because even in the movie, they didn't even explain her being cloned that well.
Yeah. And the weird fucking amphitheater with all the other clones of him, or whatever they were, that were getting smashed by rocks.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Like I said, I only saw the movie once, and it was so bad I've already forgotten most of it. But the Mike Zero piece on it was saying that there was the original cut that JJ was going to have way more Palpatine, way more of his story, way more about how he survived, way more about how Rey was made, and Kathleen Kennedy said it would demystify him. So that's why there's a version of that movie with way more Palpatine that we'll probably never see, and who cares anyways, right? But that was also Kennedy's call. She goes, "No, you got to cut him out of the movie way more because I want him to still be mysterious." At least that's what Mike Zero's reporting. Who really knows? But it sounds right. Sounds like about something Kathleen Kennedy would do.
It's even confusing because apparently in the book it was released that he's a clone anyways on that machine. So
yeah, the book. Oh my gosh, there we go again, right? The writer of that book. Did you see that thing? Like, I hate white males.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, guess what, sweetie? I guess I'm not reading your fucking book then, because I'm I'm one of those people that you're racist against. You fucking hypocrite. It's hilarious.
I'm a mud person, and she'll identify me as white.
Yeah, I know. It's like, dude, I'm Irish, man, and I'm Irish, German, Scottish, and Irish. Like, dude, we were indentured servants. Like, we were raped and pillaged by the English. Had our language taken. But yeah, fucking, I don't understand.
In America, everybody was segregated too. So
absolutely, yeah. People
were segregated from each other.
Right. It's just they paint everything. It's really just it's gaslighting people. Like they tell you all this stuff about stuff we already know. Like you don't judge people by what they look like on the outside. You base them on their character and what's on the inside. And then these people that used to preach that now turn and say, no, now it's got to be all about what's on the outside because of shit that happened in the past. And it's like, no, you don't get to rewrite history that way. I mean, you can try, but you can't, not everybody's going to drink that Kool-Aid because, I was in school before it got totally infested with that kind of bullshit. And, they taught us the history, the good and the bad, and they were just realistic, man. Times were different then. And human nature has a lot of evil in it and a lot of good in it. And that's just the way the world goes, man. It sucks, but, my Irish ancestors didn't come here till after the Civil War, and they came here as indentured slaves, and they were like scrubbing pots and pans and kitchens and stuff, and they came here legally, on Ellis Island and immigrated and made something of themselves, and so they had no part, and in the slavery that went on here before, and it's an awful thing, but like my Irish ancestors left Ireland because it was enslaved by Northern England, and
Mm-hmm.
they were starving over there. So, yeah, this is the land where anybody can make it, no matter what color your skin is, no matter who you are. You know, if if you want it bad enough, and you have a dream, America's the place to be. I think it still is,
Well,
but they're making it
people
harder.
like
But
the hot dogs you cook, eat it.
yeah,
The only thing I say is buy a gun. If you can't buy a gun, then you're not free.
yeah, I'm with you there, man. By the way, you got a nice setup there. I'm I'm not a proficient, like whatever. I'm not, I know the basics of it, but yeah, me myself, it's like basically out here, in Chicago, people just don't talk about it if they own one or not. you know, I'm not in the city, so I can legally have one, but I'm just saying it's so political these days. It's just like if you have one, and you don't want people to know about it, that's your business, man. Um, because yeah, people today, man, it's just like they turn into this whole bullshit thing. But yeah, Second Amendment, man, it's right there. Shall not be infringed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
have you seen all these countries like where people aren't allowed to have guns? Have you seen the fucking horrible shit that goes down? It's like
Well, Canada just last year outlawed bigotry, and
yeah,
bigotry is a vague fucking term.
yeah, dude, that's like
Bigotry.
outlawing sarcasm. That's like outlawing sarcasm.
Yep.
Good luck.
So you're telling me anybody could be arrested for quote unquote bigotry. So you're saying anybody could be offended.
Yeah, apparently so. I mean, I don't know much about Canada, but that's what I hear. And they have these kind of tribunals. They have these courts where they, supposedly, they fine you. They're not going to jail you, but of course, that's where it's all going to lead. There's something bigger afoot.
And this current quote unquote epidemic that we're dealing with, I'll call it an epidemic, you know, this could have been solved 1 year ago by one way, by letting the immigration ban pass where we vetted fucking people coming in and out more. And
Yeah.
here we go, quote unquote, these coronavirus outbreaks in these fucking areas.
Yeah, man, it's getting scary out there. Like I keep on hearing, like Pritzker, who is the new governor here in Illinois, he just passed something for, they're going to ban gun and ammo sales, or they're going to ban ammo. They're slipping in shit for the supposed, pandemic. I mean, dude, I mean, come on, it's like it's obvious something else is going on here. Um,
Well,
it's I'm not saying obviously, yeah, there's some kind of a flu going around, but all the stuff that they're putting in place right now is not how they normally react to this kind of stuff. I mean, with
no, if
the
you
with
believe in Pizzagate, yeah, it's true.
oh, dude, I have no doubt in Pizzagate, man. I studied that shit hardcore. I've been down all those rabbit holes, and anybody who says it isn't real just refuses to look at the facts. You know.
I just don't believe certain people. But yeah, Pizzagate is real.
Right. Well, of course, that's the thing too. I mean, there's always like disinfo agents, you know what I mean? But like those WikiLeaks, man, I read enough of them, and dude, they're talking about pizza about 5,000 times, and they're talking about torture chambers, and they're talking about sacrificing a chicken to Moloch. I mean, come on, dude, who talks like that? You know what I mean? I
Yep.
mean, that's not a normal conversation you have.
I just don't believe Corey Feldman's weird documentary. I think he was just
Mm.
trying to profit.
Yeah, Corey Feldman. Yeah, I'm with you on that, brother. I'm skeptical. I think he was molested, but yeah, he's exploiting it for money, and I think he just got he took they pay he got work, and he still gets work, and he got paid. But look at Isaac Cappy, man. He just named names like Corey Feldman refused to do, and Isaac Cappy's dead now.
Well, there's a one guy. You what's his name? Who played as a Fonzie? He's being chewed. He's being charged with sexual assault and sexual harassment. And one of the child stars,
You talking about
oh, man.
the guy who played Fonzie?
Yeah, the guy who played as Fonzie.
Henry Winkler's getting charged?
Yep.
Dude,
Um,
I didn't hear that. That's no.
apparently, one of the child stars, I forgot what show, but apparently he used to be a really chubby kid.
Yeah.
And apparently Henry Winkler fucking beat the shit out of him because he saw him sexually assaulting one of the female co-stars. And he bullied him, like scared the shit out of him, bullied him, and called him like, fat names and obesity names and obscenities or some shit like that. I just remembered the tape a little bit. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. Who the fuck is this guy? And they're like, yeah, this is Fonzie.
So Fonzie was attacking a kid for trying to sexually
Well,
assault somebody,
he
or
saw him
Fonzie was.
sexually assault him, and basically he bullied the kid. Like he fucking brought the kid on his lap, and this was the kid co-star, and he like
Yeah.
slapped him and beat the shit out of him, going, "You fat fuck, you piece of shit, blah blah blah. If
Yeah.
you tell anybody what I did to that girl, blah blah blah, I'll fucking beat the shit out of you. Nobody will hire a fat dumb kid like you."
Oh my God, dude, that's terrible, man.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is a grown man talking about these statements now, but this is what he's talking about Fonzie did to him as a kid on the set and shit like that. It's horrifying.
Yeah,
Yeah, look it up. It's on the Los Angeles News.
yeah, I'll be checking out. I mean, of course, I believe, you're innocent until proven guilty. Evidence is crucial and all that. Like Bill Cosby. Yeah, I think he's guilty. But yeah, you never know, man.
Allison
Hollywood.
Mack one was a really horrifying one. That one's
Which one?
Allison Mack.
Oh yeah, man, with that cult. Yeah, that was bad news, bro. That was really sick shit. I'm glad. Thank God that that's the thing about under Trump too, man. All these pedos are going down under Trump, and I don't think that's a coincidence, right?
Now
Like,
let me ask you this. This
yeah,
brought up something with me. Fucking Quentin Tarantino's last movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, brought up one big question.
yeah.
Did Polanski hire Manson to fucking assassinate his own wife?
I've actually heard that theory pondered, man. I've heard a lot of theories about Manson, dude. Manson's got an actual kid out there who looks just like him, and you can find him on YouTube. And he was talking about it, and a lot of people think a lot of these freaks like Manson and them were actually like MK Ultra, or whatever they were, government, uh, you know, government, whatever you want to call it,
Well,
robots doing that sick shit to start up stuff. But I'm not saying I believe that,
the only
but
reason I asked that question is Polanski only got caught sodomizing that little girl only 5 years after his wife got murdered, and she was pregnant with his first son. And
yeah, no, Polanski, yeah,
when she
Polanski's a
was
piece of shit.
murdered, he was out of the country filming a movie.
Yeah, dude, that's a good point, man. Yeah, I
And
wouldn't put it past him, And Bruce Lee was, since I'm a fan of Bruce Lee was, his hairdresser was Jay Sebring, who was her hairdresser, who he was murdered with her, and Bruce Lee was very pissed. He wanted to find out who did it. He taught Sharon Tate martial arts. He trained her, and Bruce Lee. They said, "Oh, Polanski, he suspected Bruce Lee was behind it for a while." It was bullshit, man. If anything, it was Polanski. But
there you go, buddy. Here's what I think.
mhm.
Tate caught Polanski doing fucked up shit with children.
Yep, that's a good. Yeah,
She
that.
fucking kicked him out. She was fucking upset with him. She fucking had those people over to fucking watch out for her because she was pregnant, dealing with some stress.
Yeah, that's a good. You know what, man? That would make sense, dude. That would definitely. That sounds like a more plausible theory than the story we all got, right? And dude, the fact that Polanski, give me a break, man. I mean, the guy was guilty. The guy fucking drugged and raped a girl unconscious, and I don't care if she forgave him. He fled justice, and we brought back in. There have been criminals here who have fled, to France and shit like that, and they still get sent back. And it's only because he was, connected that he got to, stay over there in Europe and hide out and escape his punishment, and
Yeah,
he's a piece of shit. You know, I don't care if
but
he was a fucking good filmmaker. He is a good filmmaker. Polanski is. He's not the best. I don't know why people think he's that great.
it's like Victor Silva. Jeepers Creepers not. He's a fucking dirty
Yeah,
child molester.
yeah, I know all about Victor Salva, dude. Yeah, fucking Powder and the Jeepers Creepers movies. And Disney
Mm,
knew what he did, and they hired him after he got out of jail. And they said,
yep.
"Oh, he's paid his debt." And it's like, yeah, he's paid his debt, but you're gonna have him go work with kids?
And they
I mean, are you
still
kidding me?
and they still release that movie. Even that fucking other guy, Dan Schreiber, that guy's a sick motherfucker.
Yeah, that guy needs
Addicted
to be
child
fucking.
fuck.
I always think, my favorite thing is with pedophiles, man, is feed them to wild, hungry wolves. How like a lot of people don't want to be the executioner, have to like pull the lever, on the switch, be the one to actually kill the. Because they're like, oh, I don't want to, even though he deserves it, I don't want to be the one who has to kill the guy. Well, let the wolves do it. You know,
Oh, I
let
got fuck for him. I'll do it for them. Fuck.
yeah.
I
There's
always
plenty
wanted
of
a
people,
hobby. Shit.
right? But yeah, of course, brother. I mean, there's God. I mean, shit. Anybody did anything to fuck one of my loved ones, bro? I mean, they better hope the cops get to them before I do, and even then, they're still fucked. But as far as I just like the idea. Animals. It's no sin for them to eat. So just feed them to wild, hungry wolves because that's what they are. They're predators. They're and they eat children basically, right? Um,
Right.
they eat them emotionally and spiritually. That's what they do. They're sick people, man. And some of them were made that way. Some of them, were like, abused when they were kids and it fucked them up, right? And then they carry it on. But whether they were made a monster or decided to become one, either way, a monster
I
can't be allowed to roam the
know.
streets. Right?
There's
Yeah.
people who've been exposed that way, but they overcome it. So
Well, that's exactly that's what I'm saying. It's like exactly. I mean, I was raised, pretty rough. Like I said, my dad, he was thumping on me when I was, just out of diapers, and I chose, I never have laid a hand on my daughter, nor would I ever. I was able to discipline her, with common sense stuff. She'd talk back to me. I'd be like, I'm going to throw this toy in the trash. She'd stop. It wasn't rocket science, and she's a great kid. And I have a lot of respect because I know there's a lot of kids that were abused, man, and they decide to not, they said, "Fuck it," I'm not going to become what I hate. And yeah, I have a lot of admiration for people who've been through that kind of trauma. I never went through that kind of trauma, but I've had friends that were, molested and shit, and it fucked them up. But they just realized, hey, I was a victim, and that's not who I am, and it's the person that did it that deserves to feel guilty and suffer, and thank God, they were able to get over it. Um,
yeah,
but that's not the case for all people. But yeah, man, Polanski, dude, fucking that guy's a puke, and
that guy's a piece of shit. Victor Silva can go to
yeah,
hell.
oh my God, I can't believe, yeah, he's still working.
Same
Um,
thing with Jeffrey Epstein. May fucking die in hell.
yeah, yeah. Well, my only thing with him is I just hope he's dead for real because I don't trust that fucking government man for anything.
I think
You know,
I think he's dead for real.
I know a
They
lot of people do. I think there's a probably 90% chance of it, but when you're talking about the spooks, and he was like Mossad, and those guys can, they can fake deaths. So I'm just saying, it's like you can never be 100% sure, because that's what they specialize in, espionage and faking the people's deaths, and uh,
I
either
mean,
way,
yeah,
the
you
guy's
could.
gone for good.
He's generic looking. All you gotta do is fucking take his hairline down and fucking cut his fucking kneecaps down, and he
Yeah,
just
well,
looks like a fucking generic short Jew.
The thing that people saw the autopsy photo, he looked different to a lot of people. Like, his ears looked different and the nose looked different, and that's why a lot of people thought that that they actually just escaped him out of prison and they just threw a doppelganger, a doppelganger in there because. And when I say these things, I'm not saying that this is my belief. My thing is like unless who knows, right? But you got to ponder what you can.
Well,
But
then
I'm
again,
pretty sure.
there's
Yeah.
high-profile arrests going on lately.
Yes, there is, man, and a lot of people stepping down, right? All these CEOs and shit.
Bill Gates recently, that was a big one. I didn't think that was real.
Yeah, he's such a scumbag. Classic.
Yeah,
The Charger.
you're right about that one.
Yeah, I mean, most people are down with the, the fucking, the whole thing with the globalists and the New World Order and all that stuff. I mean, it's not a conspiracy. They've admitted it that they want a New World Order. They have the UN agendas and all that. I mean, that's not conspiracy anymore. Anybody who thinks so is just not reading what they're saying. There's a lot of stuff, who knows for sure, but there's definitely a battle right now for the future of the planet, man. That's for sure. Uh,
There's certainly a holy war going on.
You know. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I just said there certainly is a holy war going on.
Yeah, brother. It's biblical. The shit that's going on right now is biblical. But yeah. I'm a Christian, brother. Like you. So I'm with you on the thing where it's like it wouldn't surprise me. You know what I mean? Like nothing surprised me. What's happening now? It's like there's a lot of shit in the Bible that was predicted. 2,000 years ago. Right?
Well, the thing that's unexpected and the thing that I didn't expect is this pedophilia thing.
Yeah, it's heart wrenching, man. I mean, yeah, I mean, it shocked all of us. When that whole Pizzagate story broke, man. I mean, dude, I was like just sick in my stomach for weeks, like, because I couldn't. I'm really good at just brushing shit off and saying, oh no, it's not that bad. But when I really got into investigating, the stuff that was out there before YouTube started pulling it down and all that shit and burying it, there's just some stuff you can't deny, man. And it's like, yeah, there's some evil people with a lot of power and a lot of money. And if you are an atheist, which I respect people that are atheists,
I used to be one, so don't worry.
yeah, man. I mean, I believe that's your choice. But even if you don't believe in God, these people do believe in Lucifer and they do worship him, and they don't care whether you believe in God or the devil. They do, and they're out to fucking hurt you and your family, man. Like not you personally. They just want like half the whole planet gone and rebuilt in their image, in their warped Luciferian image. Like they see Lucifer as the good guy and God's the bad guy, and that's why they're just you see everything is like fucking destroying like the natural order of the world, hence the new world order,
Not even just that. If
right?
you're just a sane person and you know that harming fucking children is wrong.
Yeah. Right.
And
yeah.
you see something that could be harmful to children.
Yeah.
Maybe you should put a halt to it. Like, for instance, a dude with his ass hanging out and his testicles hanging out, dressing like a woman, giving children lap dances. That's harmful.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that's one thing that shit don't go on out here by me. There's a lot of South Side, kind of conservative Catholics out here on the South Side of Chicago, and that shit don't fly. That's the thing, man. It's like they have the gay pride parades on the North Side of Chicago. They don't have them out on the South Side. I mean, maybe they do now, but basically, and people here don't care. You know what I mean? Like nobody's like, nobody. There's lots of openly gay people out here, but the thing is, it's like it's not a big deal. But it's not like they don't, you know. It's just nobody cares. You know what I mean? But when it comes to the kids, yeah, then it's like, no, wait a minute here. You're not going to have a fucking somebody who's got a history of child. By the way, a lot of those drag queen story hour people uh, at the
Have a
library,
history of sexual assault.
right? And they're dressed like women, and like when women dress sexually to seduce a man. So that's sexualizing children. It's not like the drag queens are coming in, in a pantsuit, right?
Right.
They're always like dressed like with big boobs, fake boobs, I should say, and high heels, and just yeah, it's like they look like uh, I don't
It's
know,
not like they're coming in dressed up like Milo Yiannopoulos.
yeah, yeah, it's just yeah, man, keep the yeah, not with my kid, and if I, obviously it's like yeah, I see somebody else messing with the kid, I'm gonna say, hey, not on my clock, buddy, fuck that. I mean, it's sad. I wish the world had more common sense, about that kind of shit. But I just protect, me and my own. And when I see it, but I don't. That's the thing out here. Um, yeah, the kids are pretty well protected. I don't know. I mean, we live in a crazy time, but I'm just saying, like out here, man. Yeah, that shit don't fly. Out like I'm in the south side suburbs. You know what I mean? That shit doesn't fly. There's no fucking shit like that going on. But downtown Chicago, yeah, I'm sure it's going on. But I very rarely go downtown Chicago anymore. I got some family down there, and it's nice down there. But yeah,
Honestly, the
and,
kids aren't
it's a
safe here in
trap
Las
too.
Vegas. That's
Yeah,
all
it's
I
a trap. Oh, Gargoyle, bro, it's a trap, bro, right? Because if you just say that I don't think that they should be teaching kids story hour, then you're called a homophobe, right? And it's so ridiculous. It's like if you told me that you don't like drag queen story hour, I'm not going to think that you hate gay people and want to hurt them. I just think, you don't think kids should be sexualized. But no, they're trying to fucking make it so that if you disagree with anything they do with your kids or our kids or anybody's kids, you're going to be called a name and shamed. And fuck that, man. Fuck those people, man. You know, uh,
no. I just think drag queens and that stuff should be where it belonged in the first place, in the bedroom in those fucking nightclubs.
Yes, exactly. And that's where it was, and it wasn't a problem, and there was no public demand to say no, we need to bring this into the classroom. These are warped people in high places forcing this shit down everybody's throats. And then I'm sorry to say it, man, but it's usually these zombie soccer moms that like they'll pimp out their kids just to to be accepted in the community. It's like, what, are you fucking crazy? Because Oprah told you it was cool because it was clapped on in Oprah. Now it's okay. Like that's the smell test. So you're gonna take your kid to the even the pride parades, man. Like they have like open acts of like sexual acts, in those parades. I hear. I've never been to one. I just don't care. Like, good for them. But people bring their kids to those, and there's people having intercourse right there in the street in front of little kids, man. It's fucking sick. You know Leave the
Mhm.
kids alone. You know, that's all people are asking. It's not a Christian thing. It's a decency thing. It's just a common sense thing, man. Then that's what they say. Oh, it's you Christians are all afraid and this and that. It's
If you
like,
had a problem about
mm,
regular strip clubs in the neighborhood, you should have a problem about this shit.
yeah, right, exactly. I bet you they would be outraged if it was just regular strippers doing story hour. Like, they're gonna have the strippers come to the kindergartens, in their hottest outfits. Actually, that would be better for the kids at this point. Right?
Right?
Um, yeah. I mean, dude, for me, kindergarten and going to the library was basically, paint, colors and, making little ornaments and shit and very normal stuff, man. And I don't think I was deprived of anything by not having a drag queen read to me. I think I turned out okay.
Yeah, I don't think I was deprived of anything.
Yeah. Hey, man, it's a fallen world, brother. What can you do, right?
Nothing anymore.
Yeah. I guess if I was younger, man, I would go so crazy over this shit. I kind of did. I'm at the point now where I'm more just kind of at peace. It's like, you know, You look in the Bible, man, and like, dude, it used to be like Sodom and Gomorrah, man. Like anything went, and people worshipped all kinds of pagan gods, and people had all kinds of freaky sexual relationships, and they would sacrifice kids, for a good harvest, and
Are you
eventually,
kidding? People fucking are doing that right now.
exactly, right. But just like in the when it happened in the Bible in the first time, God was like, no, that shit ain't gonna fly. I don't like that. And eventually, those people, a society can't work that way. It's just that it falls apart.
Didn't he bring angels down to each other where he had the whole city's gang rape them?
Yeah, and that's the thing too, man. It's like I don't take the Old Testament as a science book. I'm more of a New Testament guy, and I have to be fair. I've had the whole Bible read to me throughout my life. I went to Catholic school for 2 years, and then even after Catholic school, I went to public school after second
Hang on,
grade.
my
But
dog's needy. I'm sorry. I want to see
oh,
what he wants. What do you
yeah,
want? What do you want, Snowflake? Come on.
right.
What do you want? You want your full? I think he needs to go outside. Sorry. Oh shit. Go on.
All right, give me one sec, brother. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I did. Oh. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, hold on. Give me one sec.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
All righty, man. I gotta get a new charge. I gotta get a new charge for my phone. Back on. Hey, can you hear me?
Sorry. Done fucked up. Hello? It's going through the wrong thing. Let's see. There we go. Hello. Hello. Did I lose you? Did I done lose you? Yeah, I lost you. Sorry. Fuck. Sorry, Kung Fu. Probably left for the night. Been out for nearly 4.5 hours. Piece of junk. Did I lose you? Hello? Hello? Yeah, my battery died. My battery done died on my headset. So, I'd change it. Want to come back on? You're more than welcome. Okay. Apparently, the whole fucking. No, sorry about that, Kong. Sorry, I had to fucking, yeah, wherever you went. Sorry, my dog done got antsy. I'd take him outside real quick. Then my fucking headset died. I'm probably gonna head to bed anyways. It's fucking almost 4 o'clock in the morning. That was fun anyways. That Star Wars girl still online? No shit. She's still online. Oh, you need the link again? Oh, okay. Shit. Sorry. Here we go. I'll put it on the chat. Fuck. Come on. There we go. There you go.
And coming back on the show,
Oh,
calling out Gargoyle. Come in, out Gargoyle.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, I don't have Twitter, and yeah, when I got back into the chat, my charger's fucked too. I got to get a new one. It's like half juice power, so it's like once it gets low, it takes a while to charge back up. But Yeah, I went just because you had put the link in the chat, and then but when I got back in, it wouldn't let me go through the past, comments.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid,
Hmm.
ain't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Do you do all the social media like Instagram and Twitter and all that shit?
I do Twitter because I'm trying to get the Templar out there and trying to get the comics out there because that's the business end.
Yeah, that's important, man. Um, Dude, man, I think it's like with Narwhal. I was just telling him, bro. Same for you, man. Because I like your stuff, bro. I love your stuff, and obviously I love Narwhal stuff. And if you guys just do some funny, some videos, some creative videos, um, just to get some eyeballs on you, man. I think that's some of the best stuff. That's some of the best. That's some of the best ways to do it. Um, uh, Narwhal did that video in the park. I don't know if you saw that one. It was, he was just
That
goofing
was
off with his buddy in the park.
hilarious.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm like fucking freeze framed, and it's pissing me off because I hate that freeze frame. Um,
It's kind of like how you watch porno and then all of a sudden it's got that awkward thing where you got zoomed into the dude's face. Unless you're into the girl on girl thing, so it shouldn't bother you. I can't hear you now. I lost you. You're muted. You good?
yeah, I am now, dude. It froze me up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
It froze me up, and my face was like like one of those horrible fucking freeze frames on me. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, like Narwhal did that one video and it was funny and like, yeah, I mean that's how I found EBS. EBS, dude, everybody found him through his videos. Um, and he built a big following like there. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just like yeah. You ever just consider like just making some promotional videos, just like you know like um like EBS. He just kind of do some funny stuff, some comedy stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
do.
just think
I'm just
yeah.
not that funny yet.
See, even like I mean, like, it's just my first time streaming with anybody. So yeah, I'm very chill talking, man. You're a very cool dude. And I already kind of feel like I know it because we bullshitted. We've seen each other in the chats. And you're cool. You're brotherly. So it's cool, man. I'm comfortable. It's like, yeah, man. I'm pretty good when it comes to like just comedic, goofy shit. I mean, that's how EVS, like kind of found me because I would just make them laugh, do some stuff like, you know, uh, I basically, dude, it's like if I had an artist to team up with, man, you know what I mean? It's like I could do great shit, but I don't have artistic skills. I don't have, computer graphic, um, skills, but I do have, just basically I don't know, a lot of creative ideas and a lot of funny comedy stuff. I mean, basically, you know, eh, people I know in circles, I'm kind of like known as like the funny guy and the clown. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. I was kind of like a class clown growing up,
I hear
and
you.
yeah, so it's like when I literally sit down with like my friends and we write like funny shit. I mean, everybody usually loves it. But I'm I basically I would love to do videos, man, and like just have somebody who like yourself, man, just knows how to just well, obviously, I don't know about your video editing skills and all that type of stuff, but like just make
I
some
was
funny stuff. Like,
okay. I fell off of
yeah,
it for 6 years.
yeah. Well, that's the thing, man. It's like basically anybody that has any experience, barely is better than me, because yeah, that's just I was just I was in sales and stuff like that. I wasn't in graphic arts. You know what I mean? And I did also like I did other jobs. Like I worked at the stock exchanges and shit like that. But I didn't have to use a computer. You know, too much. So and yeah. But like if you just have one video that's funny, basically it'll take off. Hey, what's up, brother? I'm streaming with Gargoyle. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hail.
That's my buddy Keith. Basically, yeah. So just, anyways, point being, if you just get something out there funny, and basically, Narwhal, dude, he's giving me some good exposure, and he keeps getting bigger. So he's a loyal, cool guy, and basically, dude, just keep sticking with him and keep what you're doing, bro, and you're gonna do fine, man. Dude, I like what I see with you, bro, and I think you got what it takes. I really do. I like Templar. I like the ideas behind it, and like what we're talking about tonight. Just the little kind of stuff you divulged me about it. I'm curious,
I
So
appreciate that.
yeah, man. But dude, it's gotta be. That's the thing. It's like I have a whole bunch of short stories and like premises and stuff like that. But it's hard to just get down there and just actually get to it and work through the whole process.
Well, what you need, bro?
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, straight up. I mean, I can help you out right now. What you need?
Oh shit, man, dude. All I need basically is to take my premises, flesh them out, and then from there, basically do just have something that doesn't look too hokey, something just kind of professional to promote it,
Oops.
But my thing is, it's like basically because I'm a single father and my daughter, it's like I'm so broke, it's like I basically put everything towards my kid and you know um how it is everybody, man. So it's like I can't hire anybody out, but I'm always like I said with comic creators and stuff like that, like I support them in any way I can, small stuff. Um, so yeah, I don't know. But the thing is, like, I kind of want to decide what I want to do, but it's like, it would be cool just to have like a YouTube channel show, just like like a movie review show, right? Or creative storytelling, show, stuff like that. I don't know. I gotta focus on one, you know. But where you're way ahead of the game with me, dude, because I mean, you basically you have it right in front of you, and you're in the process of it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You're fleshing it out, and that's fantastic,
I'm
man.
not way ahead of you. I used to have a good job, and then I lost my job over an injury, a stupid injury at that.
Well, dude, I've been there myself. I mean, that's same thing with me. I had basically when everything went to shit with me, and I had to custody with my daughter. I started having some health issues with my legs and shit, and then that's when the insurance, they didn't even have like the basic like fucking healthcare they have now,
Oh, here's
and
some.
basically, and it limited my abilities, So, and sales is tough, man. Sales, it's like feast or famine. You can be up, you know, um, you can be up one minute and down the next. So it's tough, man. But I've never done something I truly love. Something, something like I always wanted to, which would be like, yeah, publishing. Like my stories. Or writing a book. And like, dude, like, I never considered a comic book because, of course, I don't have artistic skills. But it's like,
You can
dude, I would love to write, a character with somebody, who's got the artistic talent, So, like, obviously, like the Template's your thing, man, but like,
well, I need more experience in the game. That's the thing. I need more things out there and stretched. That's the double side of being an artist in Comicsgate either. too is,
Yeah.
at first you just got to do stuff and things for people. People aren't
Yeah,
just going to give
absolutely.
you work. You
Right.
just gotta, yeah, at the same time, you just gotta do things for people,
Um.
until the work comes in. So I'm willing to
Yeah.
help you for whatever you need if you're willing to do some stuff and do some collab. I'm still doing the Templar. This is my one shot I'm still working on.
Yeah. Absolutely, dude. Well, here's the thing, man. I got about like, dude. I have I have basically my black book of like all my story ideas and premises and stuff. And I should probably pick like, you know, basically, if I,
Excuse me.
if I wrote down a premise, it's something that's stuck around. Um, and it's pretty good. Hold on.
Well, honestly,
There's-
anything will be cool than what Image is putting out right now.
yeah.
So
So I hear you.
you can beat anything that's going on in the comic book stores.
Yeah, here, let me throw something at you just for an example, right? Like this is just one of my things. Like shit pops in my head all the time. Okay, now this isn't a story in itself, right? But this is like something that, like, this is just kind of like the way I see things very visually, right? Like I kind of, I'm a good storyteller, you know what I mean? And I've had some, some pretty good life experience at my age. I've worked at, a lot of different stuff, but I had a premise about just, uh, hold on a second. There's some, hold on.
All right.
There's a,
Sounds like some people are ready to throw down.
yeah, give me a second. Hello.
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's cool, man. We're in a downstairs apartment down here, and the owners live upstairs, and their family, my buddy's family. So that was just a little something that had nothing to do with me. And
I hear
yeah,
you.
yeah, it's like, oh yeah, really good people. Everybody's really cool. They're like my family. I know them all since I was a kid. Really good people. Salt of the earth, man. That's what I always try and surround myself with people like that. But getting back to this one idea, okay, so this isn't like a story premise I had, but like just like check this out. This popped into my head. You tell me what you think of this. So this guy, let's say it's a science fiction that's it's set in space, right? And this guy basically wakes up on some kind of alien planet, right? He's trapped. He's being dissected. I actually got it written down, but I'm trying to go off of memory. Whatever. He's in a horrible place. He's got to escape, right? That old trope, right? I'm not saying that this is anything, but it's not anything new. But what I'm trying to get at is, um, basically, the last thing he remembers is, he was in space, right, on his ship, veering through space. We can fill in why he was there, what the mission was. That's irrelevant. It's just a point of something that's a twist, right? So basically, that's the last thing he remembers. Like he was fine, he was on a spaceship, and the next thing he knows, he just wakes up in this horrific fucking, alien fucking like kind of zoo, and we can get like we could go all kind of places with how he gets the fuck out of there. But the big question would be, how did he get there? Right? How did he go from just being on a ship and then all of a sudden everything just went black, and all of a sudden he's here now? Like, did they come? Did they take over a ship? He doesn't have any answers because like I said, this is just the basic premise. So here's the answer. Here's how this would be the twist. Okay, uh, the reason why he was in the alien ship wakes up like that, and he's what the fuck happened, because actually when he was on the deck of the starship, right, he had a heart attack and he just died of natural causes, and the crew jettisoned him out into space as you see in those movies, and these fucking aliens just found him found his corpse, reconstructed him, right, cloned him, and played around with him, brought him back. See what I'm
Holy
saying?
shit!
You like that?
What if it's a pet store?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, bro. I haven't fleshed that. It could be anything, but that's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of like how I think. You know,
Holy shit!
like, that'd be a good. That'd be a good twist, wouldn't it?
That would be so fucked up.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, exactly. Like everybody would be guessing during the story, like because that's the thing. Like, what is this guy? Why is this guy here? What the fuck? He was on the starship. Everything was cool. And the last thing I think the audience would think of would just be he just had a heart attack and they jettisoned him. And these not nice aliens picked up his DNA and had a party. You know, and yeah, you could just figure it's just a lot of ways to go. So yeah, I got a lot of actual. That's just like a different twist I have, and I have
And
a whole bunch of
do
actual
you feel
storytelling.
bad for him? Is he that individual anymore? I mean,
Um,
did they make a copy of him?
I think that's the whole thing. It's that whole sci-fi question. It's like, yeah, that's an empathy for the character. It's like it's really irrelevant because whatever he is, he's a sentient being and he thinks he's him. So, you know what I mean? He's still got the memories, yeah, of his former life and his family and all that shit. So whether it's just a clone that old story of the clone, does he is he the same person, right? I don't know. Maybe yes. It's up to the storyteller, right? And I haven't fleshed that out, but
And then
I just
how many
like,
of him exist?
yeah, but I like that twist because
Damn.
yeah, I love just anything I've never seen before. I mean, obviously, yeah, like recent clone stuff, but I always try and think of something that hasn't already been done. And if you can go that route, man, that's usually what gets people's attention, right?
It's
People like
no,
that
that's
stuff.
just deep too, man. That just
Well,
makes you
thank you,
think
brother. Yeah.
in so many
So that's the thing.
levels.
It's
And
like,
it's simple. It's like
yeah,
right there.
right. Yeah. Yeah, man. So that's me, bro. It's like I'm like an Imagineer. It's like I'm not. Yeah. It's like I'm not. I can't draw well. But I've had some pretty good life experiences. I've worked in the stock exchanges. I've worn a suit and tie, and I've worked in the in the hood. Doing drywall and roofing. I've seen some pretty funny stuff. And real life stuff or science fiction, man. It's like, yeah, I could do a lot. And my daughter's finally now. She's now. She's finally 18. She's about to go to college, and I had to put all that kind of shit away, to raise my daughter and protect her. But and I always will, of course, still. But I'm just saying, like, now that she's, becoming, now that she's a young adult, and she's going to be, I can, yeah, actually, kind of just try my dream out,
Mhm.
and I don't have fear of failure anymore, because when you're young, that's a big thing, fear of failure. But now it's like, hey, I got nothing to lose, and I'll be more pissed if I didn't try, right? Now that's the thing, you know.
Well, the
It's
good
not
part about
trying
comic
something.
books is that they're cheap.
Yeah, the comic book industry, bro. I mean, obviously, you know more about than me, man. It seems like it's a tough field, but I think the advantage that you have is because now that everything's gonna go independent because they ruined it, right? They're blowing it over at Marvel and DC. Um, that's why EBS, is a millionaire now just over Cyberfrog, right? And
Exactly.
had he stayed at DC, I mean, I know he always did well for himself. He's a smart guy, and they paid him well, of course. But yeah, um, he never would have found the success. I don't think. He was already very successful. I don't want to take anything with PBS. I really respect that guy, and I don't ever want. It's the thing. It's like. He was already a legend over there, at DC. I mean, EBS is a fantastic artist. No, nobody doubts that. I mean, the
Yeah.
guy, he is amazing. By the way, have you seen that blacklight poster of Salem Android?
I've only seen the digital image.
Yeah, dude, it is wicked, man. I mean, dude, I haven't had a blacklight poster since 1998, probably. But yeah, I want that thing. It is the detail in it is unbelievable, and it's just
Don't
badass.
don't tell Vinny this, but fucking his illustrations of Vampirella has my erection.
Yeah, Vampirella, dude, I haven't checked out, man. But I know it's got everybody tells me it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got a few his Vampirella covers. I got a few like like I said, ever since I had the first issue of Cyberfrog, I was a huge fan of Cyberfrog, and I couldn't find any more of Cyberfrog. So even just
Yeah,
buying a shit ton of Cyberfrog, that's just me grateful of having the character back. Just the time that was gone.
yeah. They're hard to come by, man. I wonder how much they go for, like on eBay, because I'm sure there's a demand for them.
I want to know, man. I want to know.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that it's that's really cool that you got some of the originals, man.
Oh, I know the '96 first issue. You can get that on Amazon for $46 still.
Yeah, man, he's got so much shit. My buddy Keith, he's always like, he wants to get the ash cans and everything. It's like, but um, my buddy here, he orders all kinds of like comics, and he supports, he always orders all kinds of shit. So EBS is such a good salesman, but he's got so much stuff. It's like you go broke buying it all.
Hmm. Oh
But yeah,
yeah.
I know what EBS has done.
Expendables,
Dude,
Go to Hell, Cyberfrog, Red Planet, Cyberfrog, Unforgettable Tales.
yeah, right,
Oh
absolutely.
fuck! What else came out?
And then you got the whole Rainbow Brute thing, right?
Ooh, Rainbow Brute. Yeah, but what came out this month or last month?
What with EBS? That
No,
was
anybody non Comics Gate. Anybody. Oh, Foreign
I
Agent.
don't know
And
what was it?
Foreign Agent.
Foreign Agent. Yeah, okay.
I want to say that
Um,
came out the middle of February.
uh, dude, I wish Narwhal could get you on EBS's stream, man. I mean, dude, if like he could do a
No, no,
you don't
no,
think so?
not yet. And trust
Yeah.
me, I'm not gonna be surprised about this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if EVS would like the Templar. I think he'd be horrified over it.
Why is that?
Well, for the first thing is the Templar pretty much has a child molester raping another serial killer in the chest cavity in the church in front of Jesus.
Yeah, but I mean, EBS, I mean, he's a Christian, but he's not a, you know, that's the thing. He's for artistic freedom. You know what I
But
mean?
he's for artistic freedom, but also he that goes against his apolitical standards. And there are some politics issues in the Templar story that you won't like. There's a black character in my story that wears Confederate flag.
Well, dude, man, I mean, shit. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know, man. I think here's the thing, brother. I
But
think
it's
EBS.
everything that deals with this character. It's based on a real character. There's nothing I can do.
You're right. I mean, dude, I get it. It's dark stuff. It's not for kids. It's adult stuff. But that's fine, man. Comic books are not only for kids, man. It's like,
Exactly.
yeah, it's just like movies. You got kids movies and you got adult movies. You got so. Here's what I think, brother. I mean, EBS he's just so on fire right now, and he's just crushing so hard, bro. I think he's gonna just end up just having his company, and
But
he's just where he
but if
can
I
just
oh
what?
sorry. I'm
Oh,
I'm
no,
a
I'm
little
saying,
hyper. I'm a little hyper. Finish what you were saying.
just I think it's he's gonna keep growing. I have no doubt. I have complete faith in EVS. He's gonna get to the point where he's like gonna be like the independent Stan Lee, and he's just gonna have like a label, and you know what I mean, like yeah, he's gonna have all kinds of stuff, not just only family friendly stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, I don't think I don't know, man. EVS is open to a lot of stuff, man. It's like, yeah, he was raised Mormon, and he's still like he's conservative, Christian. I was raised Catholic, dude. I don't, but shit, dude, I love horror movies and shit. It's like I can separate art from real life, man, and it's like that's what creativity is, man. Creativity is a gift from God, and it's like you're not glorifying the bad guy. You're showing evil for what it is, just horrible shit. You're not glorifying it. And I think EVS is smart enough to see it like that. Now, I understand, yeah, if he just wants to have it all family friendly, well, yeah, then you got a point there. But yeah, with Narwhal, I mean Earthbound, that's not like Ninja Turtles, that's not very kid, right? So yeah.
I haven't read
Um,
the whole thing yet myself. I
dude,
honestly bought his book just to get him laid.
dude, like I said, man, when I heard about him being bullied and that, and then my roommate told me how great his artwork is and shit, and then fucking, he was like just so cool to me. He just when I was on the show, he just, I like that he's new, man. I like that you're new, like because like, and I kind of got cool with EVS before he super exploded. So, because I don't ever want to be like the kind of guy who seems like oh, I'm just trying to ride your coattails or something like that. I'm just a humble guy, and I just like cool people, and I like just having fun with cool people that I can trust. You know, and
Yeah.
and that's it, man. And it's like I have faith enough in my own talent. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of just fucking getting it done and just finding the right people to collaborate with. And yeah, I mean, I can get I know I can give them my best shot, man. You know. And anytime I reach for the sky, I usually at the very least, don't hit the ground. Even if even if we're in between, man, it's okay. You know. So yeah, brother. Dude, yeah, I'm gonna obviously keep up with you on the Templar, brother, and yeah, I'm buying the first copy. You know that, bro.
I appreciate that. How
Yeah,
many
yeah,
pages
yeah.
you want?
See, with me, I'm not one of these people. See, that's something that it's kind of a sales thing. It's a good thing you brought that up. I'm a Generation X, so I got a longer attention span. Some of these millennials, man, they need it real short. Like Cyber Fraud, right? Like that was very short, but it was so good it kept you wanting more. So that is a good sales aspect. I think.
Oh, I
I
gave you
think
blue balls at the end.
yeah, I think it's just like a movie, bro. I think you gotta just do the story, however long it needs to be to do the story right, and then edit it out like a movie editor does, right? Like just so you're not worrying about the length. Don't worry about the length, right? Just do it, and then like an editor, go back and go, what's absolutely the best of this, and what's absolutely necessary, and then that should make it the right length. Um, Yeah, I mean, dude, if it's a good story, which I like, which what story you've given me so far, man, I like. If I'm interested, I can keep reading. But until obviously you see the final product, it's tough to judge. But yeah, as long as it's not like well, here, dude, look at Narwhal, look at how big it is, and look how much he sold, right? So there you go. I guess that speaks for itself. Like Earthbound is not a little pamphlet read, but he fucking sold a lot of copies, and that just goes to show you, man. It was because people like what he had. That's all it is, you know. And it helps too that he's a nice guy and he's got a good personality and he's friendly and he's not a jerk.
And you
Um,
don't have to be professional quality to succeed in the Comicsgate hashtag that people were
yeah,
saying.
yeah, right, absolutely, man. I mean, it's tough. You know, I know a lot of people. I should say I know a lot of people, but like, I have some family members that self-publish some books. You know, they did okay. You know, but you never know, man. That's the thing. It's like I just have this thing, and it's like, you know, if the story is good enough, you know, if you really just do something that's, you know, different than, you know, a little bit unique, a little bit different than something people have seen before, it sells itself, you know.
Hmm.
um, and the rest takes care of itself. And yeah, there's also there's going to be a writer strike coming up, right? Like Hollywood's like fucking shutting down, dude. Like they're having some kind of a big issue with
Dude,
writers or something. I don't know.
I
So
just
there's
found
going to
out
be,
Vegas just shut down. This entire strip just shut down for 30 days.
yeah, dude. I mean, same thing out here, dude. They're closing shit out here in Illinois. They're closing down um, businesses and stuff, and it's like wow. But that's a vacuum. People are going to want to be entertained, you know. Entertain us, as they say.
Definitely,
So
definitely.
yeah, it's a good time to be an independent creator because you know all the so-called whatever the mainstream is all in fucking chaos right now and shutting down, and there's going to be a big gap when the stuff they already have in the can, you know, it runs out and they got nothing else to show.
Well, Hollywood's getting complicated. You ever heard of that one girl, Danny Fernandez?
Danny Fernandez sounds familiar. Remind me, who is she?
She's just some Okay, she's a Latin girl. She's okay looking. She claims
Yeah,
to be Latinx. You know, one of them goofy ones.
absolutely, man. Yeah, well, yeah,
Anyways,
I
posts a
got a
lot of
lot.
bikini pictures of herself. She's got a whole fucking writing deal with the entire TV show season. Never done anything in her life about the 1%
Okay, one of
for
those, right?
HBO.
Oh,
And
great.
the only thing she's ever done was write columns for Playboy about comic books.
Yeah, so she's a check mark. So they're just saying, you know, so they can say, look, we have this female writer, and she's a person of color. One of
Hmm.
those deals.
And
Yeah,
the
there's
only
wrong with you. Dude, HBO is. I'm calling it right now, bro, and I could be wrong. I don't think HBO is gonna be around in fucking 10 years. I mean, you know, people are not gonna be paying $60 a month just to watch Game of Thrones when you can get it, you know, on fucking, you know, a pirate fucking Fire Stick, you know.
well, you might be right because it may be all under AT&T pretty soon.
Dude, I tell you, man, the last TV show that was on a cable network that I loved was Ash vs. Evil Dead, and they fucking canceled it after 3 seasons, you know. And I don't know why that show didn't. I don't. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that show,
Yeah,
but
I've seen the first season.
are you Evil Dead fan?
Yes, I am. Unfortunately, they didn't film it in Michigan or anywhere in the United States.
Yeah, well, that's because of that union shit and fucking yeah, all the fees they got to pay for filming all the goofy shit. But
Yeah, the
dude,
tax
yeah,
thing.
I loved all 3 seasons, bro. And was it 3 seasons?
Yeah, it was 3 seasons. I bought all
Yeah,
3 seasons, but I haven't watched them, sadly.
dude. We all get there's so much stuff out there to catch up on, dude. Like I haven't seen The Boys yet on Amazon Prime. I'm gonna watch that. Um,
That's okay.
yeah, but yeah, just like I heard it's worth watching, so I'm gonna check it out.
It's worth
Um,
watching. I mean, over the comic book. I mean,
right. Yeah,
man,
and that's the thing. I haven't seen a comic book either, but yeah, it's Evil Dead series, man. Even when I found out they're going to cancel it on at the end of the third season, I was so crushed, right? And then I knew that the last episode, like this is going to be the last time I would see Ash on screen.
hmm
And then, dude, I was very impressed with like the way they ended it, like because even though it was so sad, it was like they ended it with a badass ending that made you wanting more, you know. And I was so pissed. I'm like, come on, Netflix, like, and that. Netflix picked it up, and they had all 3 seasons on there now, but they didn't, what they restart it. Like I was hoping they would continue it, because a lot of fans. The reason why Star said they canceled it was because too many people were not subscribing to Stars to watch it. They were just like going around the system and watching it pirated. So fucking HBO with their shit, with their crappy SJW shows, ain't gonna fucking keep. They had Game of Thrones and True Blood, like that shit basically was like keeping them on life support, and now they got just all SJW trash, dude. I mean, um,
Well, that's basically what's happening to FX too. That's why they
yeah,
went to
it's what's
Hulu.
happening to all the mainstream stuff, dude. So it's going to be independent films and independent comic book makers like you and self publishers who are gonna, be the new, rock stars, and then the studios will be begging all you guys to fucking come work for them. That's how it always happens, right? Like,
Well, it's kind of all of us. We're all fans and we're all creators.
right?
The thing about
Yeah,
comic books is because 90% of people in comic books, Narwhal said this too, is 90% of comic book fans are also comic book creators.
yeah, yeah. That's I guess that makes sense, man. Narwhal's got like 10 projects going right now, doesn't he? He's got a whole shitload of stuff on his plate. I
I've
think
got
last time I checked in, yeah.
I know. I I I pledged in. It was Chrono Mechanics, and then he's got the modded project with the tungsten and Cossin.
Yeah, that's cool. And then you say he had some he got offered some kind of some Hollywood like graphics work.
I know nothing about that.
Yeah, yeah, you have to excuse me here.
It's
The
all
way
good.
I got my charger on my phone and I try and stand it up and it keeps slipping down. And there we go. Yeah, so um yeah, I remember a while ago it said, Narwhal's got like a Hollywood guy, that an old buddy, and he had got offered to work for some Narwhal had some offers to do some animation work for some films. I don't know which ones, I forgot, but yeah, just basically, he's got a couple things going on the flyer. So
Not Fresher Luke.
yeah, yeah, and then I'm sure he's obviously going to be doing a follow up to Earthbound, right? So that's got to be in the works.
Earthbound too.
Um,
Yeah, he's cracking
yeah,
on that.
yeah, so he's got all that, man. So yeah, dude, just stay in the Comics Gay Club, bro, and just stick with it, man.
Oh, I ain't giving
Um,
up.
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, dude. Narwhal, like, shit, dude. I mean, I already heard about how great he was. Like, my friend's a very good judge of that kind of stuff because he like has comics like all over the place. He reads every book that like he's just he's a very well educated guy. And when he told me how great Narwhal was, usually that's the thing. We usually have the same kind of taste in movies and books and novels and stuff. And then he showed me his copy of Earthbound, and I was like, "Oh, that's so awesome!" So, and then I just checked him out in the stream, and that was cool. We all got to talking, and that's where like you said, I met you. So, yeah, man, I think Narwhal is just going to keep getting bigger. EVS, obviously, he's already huge. He's going to keep getting bigger. And yeah, man, same with you, man. You got something good there, and it's just a matter of time.
I appreciate it. I
Yeah, bro.
appreciate it. I need to I need to get faster on this. Get better.
Yeah, well, dude, it's got to be hard, man. I mean, I guess it's just a lot of repetition, right?
It's a lot of repetition. It's a lot of hard criticism, especially when you're criticizing yourself,
Yeah.
because then you just get so insecure about a lot of shit. You're just like, I fucking hate it. I gotta do it again. Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
bro. We've all been there, man. Yeah, dude. You got to get to that Zen place, man. Where it's just like shit, man. well, we can whatever, man. You got other people, man. Like do like the stuff you're showing me, man. I like what I see, man. Use other people that you trust. Use their judge, because you're always gonna. I'm hard on myself on shit. Of course, you're too. That's natural. Everybody does that. But find people that just aren't your family. You know what I mean? Because your family, of course, like they might want to protect your feelings, but like your friends, even though they'll protect your feelings, they'll give you if they give you criticism, it'll be constructive criticism. You know what I mean? But if anything, they're not going to say it sucks. They're like, oh, this is cool, but just like, yeah, maybe tweak this or that. It's way better than you just, like second guessing yourself, man. Because like, yeah, dude, like that's just a sign of just humility. You know what I mean? And that's just normal. But yeah, absolutely, man. Like I like that stuff that you're doing. Like I said, it's even the twisted stuff. I like it because if you're gonna go evil like that, or show evil stuff, like I said, you're showing it for how horrible it is, and then it makes people want they want they thirst for justice for those characters, right?
Right.
So then you get out, yeah, it's like um the hero's not just black and white. You know what I mean? It's like there's just like the Punisher, right?
Well, he is the Punisher. He's just the Punisher in real life.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, and that's why people like the Punisher, bro. It's like he's not just like it's I love Superman, you know what I mean, and I love Batman and that, but even Batman's more complicated guy. Superman's really not that complicated, although I love the Superman stories. But Superman, is was always my favorite as a kid, I guess. But as I got older, man, and you started seeing people like the Punisher, or like even like the Badger or Deadpool, the more adult stuff, where it's darker. It's still cool, man, as long as it's just makes sense and done right. Which in everything I can see from what you're doing, is right on, man.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not an artist, so like as far as like art critiques, um, I can only tell when I something is really good or really bad. Obviously, you know what I mean, because I'm not an artist myself, but I got a pretty good eye for stuff. And yeah, dude, like I like the detail, like what you showed me. You know what I mean, like the first thing you showed me there, and yeah,
Yeah,
like
I'll go
just
back
like
to it. The stained glass window.
yes, yeah, absolutely, man.
Sorry, my computer is not great, so it lags a little bit. That's why I try to take it off.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, man. So like, yeah, I like. I can see all the detail there, and I like it, man. I can tell, like you've done it. It's like now all you just polish it, just a little bit of
All right.
polishing, right? Yeah, man. But as far as like the original fucking storyboard there, and the actual image itself, dude, the fucking detail, everything's great. It's like it's basically what I'm looking at here. It's like I feel like I'm looking at a Corvette, and just it needs a nice coat of wax over it. You know what I mean?
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, and that's just my honest, humble opinion, brother. You know, um, yeah, I would hope you'd see it that way too. You seem like you've been in a lot of Catholic churches with the detail you got, like with the stained glass windows, man. Like really cool.
I'm just
Because
into Notre Dame and the architecture inside of them. I was a goth kid.
dude, yeah, well, that's cool shit, man. Yeah, I mean they don't build shit like that anymore. And that's impressive shit. I mean, yeah, that's dude. The way that those Gothic cathedrals and stuff were built, man. I love all that shit, man.
Yeah, me too.
Mm,
And as a kid, I was into Mike Mignola's Hellboy, and I loved his kind of those set pieces where you had those kind of beautiful like etched out architecture.
yes. Yeah, I got into I gotta admit, I saw the Hellboy movies first, loved them, and then yeah, then I checked out the comics afterwards. By the way, I really like Lobster Johnson.
I did too.
Yeah, man, I was hoping he could get a spinoff, and
I think they were trying to.
Dude, well, remember he made an appearance in the awful Hellboy reboot?
Mm-hmm.
He's in there for 10 minutes. Not even.
Well, I'll be honest. They could have got away and been more successful with that Hellboy movie. They took out the uh, the origin parts of Hellboy, and they
Yeah.
just could have just made it his own one-shot story.
You talking about the reboot or the originals?
The reboot, instead of rebooting his origin story, just put the part where he's hunting the giants
Right.
and fighting the giants and the pig monster. And I really love the part they took out of the comics where he saved the baby, because that was actually a part in the comic books that was really fucking cool.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and yeah, I mean it's been such a while to run, but yeah, it's come back to me. Yeah, dude. Well, they should have just fucking paid Guillermo what he needed. That's the problem. You know, he's like, yeah, he was determined to make all three, and then they cheaped out because even though Hellboy one made profit, otherwise they wouldn't have made Hellboy two if the first one didn't make money. Hellboy two, man, it was one of the biggest movies of the summer, but it wasn't the biggest, so they decided,
Well, they were
nah.
competing against the Dark Knight. That was a terrible timing to release the fucking movie.
Right, absolutely. But you know, like I'm just saying, like I remember seeing Hellboy in the theater and it was fucking packed. And I'm just saying, it's like, of course, The Dark Knight broke all those records and shit, but it does. But it still made money. Hellboy two still made a profit, but of course, these guys are like, not enough of a profit. We're gonna gamble on rebooting it, and look at what happened. They lost money. They would have better off um, just ponying up the money to Guillermo del Toro. By the way,
Hmm.
what did he do? He goes and he makes a movie about a merman, uh, a
That's
fish love
basically
story.
Abe Sapien.
Wait, Super Water is basically Abe Sapien love story, isn't it?
Yep.
Um, that got an Academy Award, dude, and that was an independent film, you know, and it made a shitload of money. I mean, it was
with
like Fox Circulate Pictures.
with the same lines that Guillermo del Toro talked about the sculpture of Abe Sapien.
Yeah, yeah, and
Such a beautiful creature.
yeah, he had Doug Jones playing him too for Shape of Water, right?
Probably he has Doug Jones plays everything.
Yeah, Doug Jones. He's so skinny, man. That's why he can do all those. I think he wore the alien suit a couple times for some of those alien movies.
No, it was the same guy who played as Predator, because that guy's like fucking was like fucking nearly like 8 feet tall.
Yeah, well, Kevin Peter Hall. Yeah, he played Predator. He died. Yeah. I just know obviously because Doug Jones is so skinny. Obviously, like he's good to use because they can sculpt on his. They can add on to him, uh, and he's able to tolerate that stuff. But um, yeah, Doug Jones is amazing, man. Even though he's done so much more stuff, it escapes me. But yeah, his work with Del Toro is phenomenal. Basically, dude, you know what he kind of reminds me of? It's like, you know how Peter Jackson, kind of discovered Andy Serkis.
Yeah.
That's like, yeah, Guillermo. Like um, Peter Jackson. That was like his, like, cool little. He had Andy Serkis. He realized how cool this guy was, and he put him to his best potential. And it seems like Guillermo did the same thing with Doug Jones. Like he just found out, like, wow, this guy can really, you know, this guy's got something special, and with what I'm trying to do, it's perfect. Just that beautiful collaboration.
I guess
I mean,
Gilmo and Ron Perlman both, because Ron Perlman was in his first movie, Kronos.
yeah, dude, I love Ron Perlman too, man. Especially, did you ever see The City of Lost Children?
Yeah, that one was a little weird.
It was very weird, but I just remember, like, I saw it when, it's an older movie. Most people haven't seen it, but like at the time, they weren't making movies like that. Like that movie was so like fucking not like anything I'd ever seen before. Even though it was weird and I didn't get it too much, and it was also a French movie which they dubbed.
Right.
It was still like visually, you didn't even care because it was so visually fucking beautiful. You're like, wow, this world is so awesome looking. Not a place you'd want to live in, maybe, but a cool place to visit, which is always the best kind of cinema. So yeah, man, that's like Ron Perlman, dude. Like shit, I've been a fan of his for a long time, even before like it was popular. Like I just the first time I saw him was in The Name of the Rose with Sean Connery, which most people haven't seen. That's a great movie too. And Ron Perlman's basically got a very small part in there, but just like how he is, man, doesn't matter what movie he's in, he just kind of steals the scenes, whenever he's in them.
Yeah, he's got that particular face and that height.
Yeah, a lot of times I forget. I think he played. He was on Beauty and the Beast on
Yep,
CBS.
he was the Beast.
Right? Yeah, I always forget about that. And that was on for years, wasn't it? It was a long time.
I guess with Linda Hamilton, right?
Yeah, Lynn Hamilton. They were just asking Ron Perlman. I just saw a recent interview about. They asked him what he thought about the new Hellboy, and he's like, "Yeah, obviously he didn't trash it like he should have, but he was just talking about how it's an open wound. He doesn't like to talk about it. He's like, I like David Harbour, and we met and had dinner together. I guess like Patton Van Oswalt, who's a douchebag, by the way. He's Patton Van Oswalt. He can be funny, but he's a dick.
Yeah, I don't care for that guy either.
Yeah, I don't either. But anyways, he's a big Hellboy fan. So Ron Perlman said he called him up and said, I want the old Hellboy and the new Hellboy to have dinner together. So they met and just had a nice dinner. And he's like, so they're like, did you give me any tips? He's like, no, I just, that I didn't, tell him anything. He didn't really talk much about it, but he just said, but people ask me about it, it hurts because he's like, we planned to do it the whole way through, and Guillermo had the script for the third one, and dude, the way that they left us at the end of Hellboy 2 with her being pregnant with twins, dude, that was a great cliffhanger, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then so I just felt bad for him because he's like, yeah, obviously I understand why people are gonna ask me, what do you think about Hellboy reboot? What do you think about how now that it's flopped? What do you think about it? And he's like, but to be honest, he's like, I don't like talking about it because, yeah, he's like, it really was a passion project to make that third one, and it'll never happen now. So yeah, maybe it will. Maybe because they got fucking lost so much money on the reboot, and so many people kept telling them they wanted to see the third one. Who knows? Maybe somebody with a shitload of money will say fuck it, but probably not.
Mm. Yeah, well, they should have just not done a reboot with Hellboy. They should have just made a one shot.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm glad we have at least the first two. The first two by Guillermo. I mean, I
Especially
still do.
that director's cut. That director's cut just made everything so much better.
Dude, I haven't seen a director's cut, man.
Oh, there's a director's cut. For the
Yeah,
first
I
Hellboy,
mean,
there's a fucking entire 5 minute scene that's so hilarious it's taken out where Hellboy escapes his bedroom.
oh no shit. Oh brother, I
Like
gotta get that, man.
like the
I fucking
security guards hear him like fucking beating through the safe. And you
That's
see the
awesome.
whole elevator shaft just torn out like he climbed out of it. And
Oh
then you
no
see
shit.
Professor Room like an angry father standing in his room like looking at the mess.
Yeah.
He's like, just get my car.
Oh dude, I gotta see that,
I'll walk
man.
out. And that
Oh
was one of
man.
the huge scenes that was taken out, but it was so hilarious if you watch it because you know how Guillermo del Toro made Hellboy more like a teenager.
Yeah, right. Oh dude, I can't wait. I'm definitely gonna be checking it out. I bet you I can find it online for free. Yeah, but I mean, if I can, I'll buy the. I'll order it. But I'm sure I can find it online for free.
And that was a
I
big
mean,
problem I had with the Hellboy reboot because they felt like they were just going too much off of Guillermo del Toro's movie instead of off the comic book material.
yeah. Well, you can tell also exactly what they said happened was they promised them a huge budget, and then like not even like halfway through filming, they just changed their minds, and they're like, basically somebody else got involved, a new sheriff in town, and the management, and then he cut the budget down to shit and just tied the director's hands, and that was a big part of it too.
Mm.
So he had to sacrifice a lot of shit. So once again, man, just like fucking typical mainstream these movie studios today, man. The suits are trying to be the writers and getting involved in the story where they shouldn't be, and that's why I think it's clear. I think they should call it the Kathleen Kennedy complex. Or it's like producers, man. That's not their job, man. It's like they're supposed to, like basically they have a very hard job, putting up the money and making sure everything's in order and making sure everything's, yeah, guiding the ship. But man, the director and the writer, you know what I mean, like that, you're supposed to leave that process to them. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
you know, these people on the board, they want to sell toys at McDonald's and all these weird shit, gets in the way. That's why some of the best stuff comes out of independent, filmmakers. I think, um, all of the best guys, man. Like John Carpenter, dude, Halloween, independent, right? Like like that wasn't a major studio movie. Um,
Well, even Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles the first time, that was a whole independent film.
yeah, right, absolutely, and yeah, Coppola, George Lucas. What he had THX 311, right? And
Never
it was
seen
just a
that
little
in my
short
life.
film. Yeah. And then he did American Graffiti, which wasn't a um, American Graffiti, which wasn't obviously it was a critical hit, but not but it got him to be able to do Star Wars. It was like a stepping stone, but a completely different movie. It's kind of funny too. It's like when you watch it and you see Harrison Ford. I don't know. Have you ever seen American Graffiti?
Nope, I
Yeah,
haven't.
it's okay. I mean, it's kind of just if you're into George Lucas, just to see his first successful movie, which was that, and it was it appealed to the to that generation that was Vietnam was just starting and shit like that, or it was just about to happen, the end of the 50s and the the hot rod car races and all that shit. It was just kind of like capturing the end of an era, the end of the 50s, and but yeah, like Harrison Ford's in there drag racing and um you got stuff like and then obviously it's like you're like, oh shit, this is before he went came on solo,
I hear you there.
so
I remember watching this one movie. I can't remember what it was called. When Mark Hamill's went cross country or went to Vegas to retrieve a stolen car, and he winds
uh
up losing
oh
his
yeah, Corvette
virginity
Summer.
to a
Corvette
prostitute.
Summer.
Which
Yeah,
one is it?
you're talking about Corvette Summer, right?
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's where Mark Hamill's trying to get the stolen Corvette back. Yeah, it's a good movie, man. It's
Yeah,
pretty
I
fun movie.
remember seeing that movie a long time ago, and I couldn't figure out the title. I'm like, man, is that Luke Skywalker fucking a prostitute who lives in a van?
Yeah, yeah, dude. See, that's me. I got that dork memory. Like I remember a lot of these movies and their titles, and sometimes their directors and stuff. But yeah, definitely. I saw Corvette Summer, and I didn't even know it was Mark Hamill. This was like when I was a kid, man. And I was same thing. Like, oh shit, that's Luke Skywalker. And this was like just like it was just some like ABC. I don't know, man. I just saw it on like Channel 7 when I was a kid. But yeah, it was entertaining. It was pretty cool. They have. I just realized that they have what do they call it, man? Like Star Wars radio plays. Have you heard of those things? They did.
No.
Yeah, like how they used to do stuff like like back before TV was invented. They had radio soap operas.
Mhm.
Like The Shadow and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, basically George Lucas, he did radio plays that you can find them on YouTube and listen to them if you want. I don't know, but they're just radio plays, and he actually got Harrison Ford and Luke Skywalker and Anthony Daniels and all them and Frank Oz to do Yoda to do the voice, and they actually give you some filler story in between the three movies. Like it'll talk more about what was going on with the Imperial Guards during the Death Star.
Oh,
What they
that's
were talking about.
cool.
Yeah, And
Kind
a
of
lot of
like
people.
what what's his name did for the Clone Wars and the Sith Revenge of the Sith gap.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. It's like only like one of the characters, didn't do the voice, but like Frank Oz insisted because he didn't. Anthony Daniels didn't want anybody doing, C-3PO but him, and Frank Oz didn't want anybody else doing Yoda but him. So like one of the characters, maybe I don't know, if Carrie Fisher isn't there, but the rest of them are all doing the voice work, and so you can just sit there and listen to it while you're working, like doing your artwork and shit, and it's cool because you're like, wow, this is actually more to the story. And like basically it's just a radio play, so like the accent's all happening in your head, but you're hearing Luke and Han or whatever talk and stuff, and then you know some of those disposable Death Star rebel or sorry Empire characters, bad guys, you're hearing like their point of view. So yeah, if you're like a real Star Wars nut, man, it's pretty cool find.
That's
I'm
cool.
always into stuff like that. Yeah.
That's
I'm always
really
into like niche shit like that. So, all right, brother. Well, hey, man, I don't want to keep you up anymore. I'm gonna go head out myself, man, and catch
Yeah,
some
it's
Z's.
almost been 6 hours on this stream. This has been fun.
Yeah, El Gargoyle, it absolutely has been, brother. This is my first stream, bro, and I really enjoyed it, bro. I enjoyed talking to you. I feel like I've gotten to know you a lot better. And dude, anytime, brother, anytime, dude. And definitely, man, we should do some creative shit together, man. Just let me figure it out.
Appreciate it. You've been kind, sir.
Yeah, well, you as well, brother. All right. Have another fireball for me before you go to bed. Because
Definitely,
I
definitely.
haven't had any booze tonight, but I will definitely be smoking a little green
I hear
to
that.
take off the night. All right, brother. Peace out.
All right, later.
Good things, brother.